I already turned it on. Testing, testing, testing. How is everything? Testing, testing, testing. Yeah. I mean, we don't necessarily need to amplify because this is a small room, but we definitely need to be able to hear the people online. Testing, testing, testing. What's that? Yeah. Testing, testing, testing. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Ooh, do we have audio on online? Oh, you can hear me. Look at that. Hello, how is everybody? Can everyone online hear? We have audio here.
Yes.
All right, awesome. Hey. Everyone in the room get I don't know, is there a digital form of the agenda that people can access or? All right, you got an email with the agenda. So if you're online and don't have the agenda up, it's in your email somewhere. So I don't know if it's possible to post a link to the chat. All right, we ready? All right. Welcome, everybody. This is the Wisconsin Green Party Fall Gathering. Remember, you can't spell fun without Green Party, right? All right. Well, I'm Lauren. I'm from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I'll be the, I guess, MC person because, as a musician, I can't stay away from a microphone. And they let me. So I will do the in-between talking stuff. All right. And then how many people do we got online? Should we have online introduced first, and then we can maybe go around the room real quick? Just say who you are and where you're hailing from. So let's start with maybe Dave. We'll just go down the list of what I can see on the monitor.
Hey, Dave Schwab here, corresponding secretary. He, him, and I'm here in Madison, Wisconsin. I see everyone pass.
All right, and let's see. Tom's in the room here. Let's see. Maybe Matt.
Hey, I'm from Superior, way up north.
Welcome. And Bill.
Bill from Milwaukee. I was once state treasurer of the Green Party.
Welcome. Dorothy Ann.
Save one for you.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Ann, also from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Currently working on the newsletter. So
If you have any last minute submissions, get them in like now. All right. And then Matt, if I haven't called you yet. Oh, it was Matt from, okay. The names flip around, so I was just trying to keep track of who I called. So
Yeah,
Tiffany.
Matt went already.
All right. So Tiffany, you're up. All right. Tiffany's, yeah, Tiffany might be driving. All right. So we'll go around the room. I don't know if everyone can, well, this will be a good time to test if that thing is working. So. All right, so maybe we'll start with you, Jeff, and then since you're closest and we can troubleshoot audio. So we have a little, for those online, we have a little like little room conferencing speaker mic thing we're going to test out now. So. Oh, Dorothy Ann's shaking her head, so I don't think they can hear.
All right, now you should be able to hear from there. Try to get it done.
Okay, I'm Jeff Reese from Fond du Lac. I represent the 6th District.
We should do it. We're doing it. Let's do a sound check. Sure.
So at the end, are you able to hear, Jeff? Oh, they can hear you. Yep.
Oh, good.
Okay, good. So do I pass this around or?
No, just leave it there. It's an area mic, but. More slack here. All right, there we go. So you guys in the back will have to talk loud.
Or just come up here.
Go ahead.
Hey, my name's Andy from Milwaukee. Glad to be here.
Got a thumbs up. All right.
I'm Barb. I'm the Greater Milwaukee Green Party treasurer. Been a member since 2000.
You.
David Schubach from Little Shoe. Pete Karras, I live in Mosquito now, candidate Secretary of State next year.
And your elections chair.
Oh, I'm currently elections chair for the next about 2 hours.
And elections treasurer.
Oh, and elections treasurer.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm a lot of things.
Josh Anderson, Milwaukee. I am on the CC committee.
Barbara Dahlgren, co-chair, Greater Milwaukee Green Party. I'm also on the national committee still for the next hour or so.
Let's see if you can see me. There we are. Michael White, co-chair till next year, November. We need to elect the other co-chair at this election cycle. Former candidate for governor from 3rd Congressional District. I live in La Crosse area.
I'm Marco Bryce. I'm in Milwaukee County. I'll be running for state assembly.
They probably can't hear you.
Who's picking him up?
Really?
Yeah, but they can't see him. Okay, there we go.
Stand up.
If you come over.
There we go.
There you are. You're in view now.
I'm Rob Longo Bryce. I'm in Milwaukee County, and I'll be running for state assembly in the 10th district.
All right. What's
Can
that?
you raise a technical point?
Is that Dave that was speaking?
Yeah.
It will see all the speakers that are.
Yeah, so when we could hear people speaking, but the camera just stayed on Lauren the whole time.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if you can set it up, so that it, obviously you have another mic there. So maybe if people are sitting at the other mic, can you set it up so that it will switch the video over to that mic?
I can see it on Tom Rodman's just fine.
Yeah, I think there's a setting where you can like highlight the speaker, and that would probably do it.
We have the wide angle camera is pinned right now.
So right now, you should be able to
So
see
you
all
should
the
just
whole
see the
audience.
whole
That's
audience.
pinned for your view. That's not pinned for
Yeah,
yours.
so right, so maybe what you need to do is pin the view you want to see.
No, it shouldn't be something we do within Zoom.
Yeah, what we're not seeing is the spotlight option, which I'm used to.
Okay, well, anyway, we have it on the speaker view.
Yeah,
So if you
the
look at Tom's
speaker
camera.
view, because it's picking up through this mic, it's associating whatever camera is connected to whatever, whose computer is this hooked up to?
Mine, everything's hooked up to mine.
Okay, interesting.
So, I mean, what you're seeing there is what they should be seeing too. So I don't know why that they're not, but Dorothea said they are. You're able to see that. So,
What I don't understand.
Okay, well, maybe we can work on it in the chat. I don't want to
yeah,
halt everything, but
Hold
yeah.
on, I found the spotlight capability. Let me see. what
Okay.
it's on.
anyway, that, we should do that in the background. So, everybody has, an agenda. Bill, We had welcome and introductions except for Tom and I. My name is Rita Maniotis. I am treasurer, and I also am on the membership committee and on the membership committee for the Greater Milwaukee Green Party, which is my home local. And go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Tom from Bayview, Milwaukee, and I'm on the IT committee. Let's see.
And then there was supposed to be a change in the agenda to move something forward, I heard. Is that the next part?
Yeah.
So whoever, who's going to, somebody gonna speak on the mic about that, or are we just gonna use the jabber?
I talked with Lauren about where to put it in. What I wanted to change the agenda, there are a few members that can't stay as long as we would like, and I wanted to make sure we highlighted our people running for office, and give them a chance to talk, because the next time we come around, we'll be already in the middle of the election process.
Okay, so we have them come up, and leave,
Yeah.
are you able to?
I'm the one who has to leave, so.
Okay, all right, so, we're moving, the elections up, and I'm gonna change to, so we can use that other microphone for the speaker, if you don't mind.
What's that?
We're gonna have the people come up that are running for office.
Oh, we're gonna switch, or if they come here, because then it.
Well, I'm just trying to, whatever works best for. All right, you have the microphone switched. All right, microphone is switched back to here. So we are we doing agenda repair and approval, or are we? Okay, that was the agenda repair. Perfect. So now we're gonna jump to having the election or candidates introduce themselves. Is that what we're doing? All right, so now we'll have Pete's gonna come up and say something.
Hey, can you guys see my ugly mug? My name's Pete Karras. I have to leave early. I underwent kind of major back surgery a few weeks ago, and I can't stay real long. But the reason I had the surgery was so I could be 100% to run for Secretary of State next November. We put together a pretty good team so far. Josh has just agreed to step in as our campaign manager, Josh Anderson. So that's really cool. I'm excited about that. And I promised him really good seats at the state capitol for the inauguration, and maybe even the spare room at the Secretary of State mansion. So anyway, this is going to be a unique, maybe you've heard me talk about this before. It's going to be a kind of a unique Green Party campaign. There's only one issue, and that's that the two-party system sucks. And because of the nature of this, of the Secretary of State office, this is so-called safe for people to vote for a third-party candidate. And we're targeting people who have voted traditionally Green, traditionally Libertarian, traditionally Republican, and traditionally Democrat, because people are just pissed off. I mean, you guys pissed off? Yeah, I'm pissed off too. But we put together, this is going to be I mean, we've kind of worked the numbers, and there is a path to victory on this. And this isn't just the Green Party person saying, man, I'm scratching these numbers in the back of a napkin and saying, I'm going to win, and then I get 2%. We're pretty much guaranteed going in 100,000 votes, because that's what third parties get for this sort of thing. And we need 800,000. So I've committed to spending, as soon as I heal up in another month or two, shaking everybody's hand in the state of Wisconsin. We have a whole marketing team my daughter's company has stepped in. She owns a marketing company, professional marketing company, and they're going to be doing a bunch of things. If you haven't seen if you're not on our email list, go to petekarras.com and sign up for that. You'll see your social media. We're on, Facebook, Instagram posts, Twitter. Just search for, Pete Karras, Secretary of State, and you will get all of them. But we're going to be very aggressive. We've already raised, I don't know, $12,000-$13,000. And the goal is to get up to 50 by the end of the year, $50,000. The competition, there's 2 Democrats who have announced, and they're not big household names. I'm sure they're Republican running, but historically, the state Democratic and Republican parties do not fund this race because it's because of the nature of the office. They throw it all towards governor. So if we can out fundraise them, hopefully by the end of this year, it puts us on the map. And you too can help. PeteKarras.com, $5 helps, $100 helps. I know you're all worried about the maximum, that's $20,000. But that would also kind of help. Anyway, that's my campaign. We're going to be asking for everybody's support and working with other candidates. And say it's going to be a new campaign, but it's going to be a good campaign. We're going to get a lot of votes. So that's the Pete Karras for Secretary of State spiel. Solidarity.
Michael White again, and just to piggyback, this election is one that's going to be one of the most consequential elections in recent times. And it's one where the Green Party can run somebody and not have fingers pointed at them. You're a spoiler. You're taking away from other people's votes, like other people are entitled to our votes. He's already raised almost as much money as I spent out of pocket when I ran for governor in 2018. Okay. And by the way, all the money in my campaign was money I put into it personally. And so I would encourage all Greens to focus on the candidates that we have. And he's not the only one in the room. We have a couple of other people that are running for office as well. And in fact, in the room right now, we have, I think, 6 people that are running or have run for office in the past. And that's more than I can remember at any other gathering we've had in a while. So if you ever feel like we're not making progress, we are. And this is, as small as we are, we will get notice. We got notice last year when they tried to sue us off the ballot. And the coming up election, if we are organized, if we fundraise, if we concentrate in a few races, A, we can make a difference. B, we can challenge the system, and we can break the duopoly. Pass.
All right. Anything else from the candidate? 2 more for like state office or assembly. Yeah. So I guess since we're kind of on that vein, we'll go with who is the next? I guess you're up.
Well, thank you. My name is David Schubach. I'm from Little Chute. That's District 5. I'm hoping to get state assembly there. My real goal that I decided probably this last year is I would like to become a Wisconsin senator. Didn't think that was feasible for my first ever campaign, so that's why I'm going for state assembly. I have a good support system of friends that are ready to go get signatures and get going on that for us, but I'm definitely new to this. I just joined the Greens this past week. I was thinking about just running on my own before until my friend was like, you should probably look at the Greens, and I really like the platform. So looking forward to getting an endorsement from you guys and trying to, make third parties actually happen in our state. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now. Thanks. Cool. I'm not moving. With assemblage. Yep. Oh, like the main issues that motivated me to get in politics are all mainly federal, but as far as like local state here, the idea that just keeps popping in my head is helping out our local farmers, which is great for my district because there's lots of farmers. With the tariffs that have happened, that nobody's buying US soybeans, like we need to be on that and making more options for soybeans. So we can make plastic bags out of soybeans. Like, why aren't we doing that? That's going to help our local farmers and it's going to get rid of plastic bags and help our environment. So, I mean, I should narrow a better thing down, I would say, but like, there's just so many things that I need to get a feel for what it is that we're going to hammer home for points.
Could mandate that everyone be a vegan and then we all have to eat soybeans. I'm not getting positive feedback on that. So maybe I'll have to shelve that for another day. All right. And then we got one more coming up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rob Longwell Grice, and I'm running for State Assembly in the 10th district. And the 10th district is on the east side of Milwaukee, right along the lakes. And it's kind of an interesting district because it's seen as a safe district for Democrats. We haven't had a Republican run in that race, and usually in the primary, whoever wins the Democratic primary there wins the election. So anticipating that there is no Republican going to run again, it'll be very interesting because we'll go head to head with the Democrat there. But since it is a safe seat, of course, we're going to have some stiff competition because the Democrats will want to hold on to that. But a little bit about why I decided to run. I've been involved in a lot of issues, including helping other candidates along my 20 years since I've been in Wisconsin. But on a cold January evening, I'm driving home from the gym shortly after the inauguration and just feeling horribly depressed. Donald Trump's back in office, Republicans held the Senate and the House. I'm thinking, what's the point? What can I do? As I said, I've been involved in other campaigns before. And this notion that I could possibly run for office and have that be the way to talk about the issues of importance hit me. And that's when I decided to run. And for me, the most important issues are ones of the environment. You know, back when I was in college many, many years ago, I remember taking a life science class, and our professor stood up at the end of class and said, you know, environmental issues are getting more and more important. Of course, it's the tail end of the 70s. And he said, how many of you here think that somebody running on a platform of caring for the environment could actually win? And I was the only person that raised my hand. And I truly believed it then. And I truly believe it now. So my campaign is going to be so focused on the environment. My attitude is going to be every single issue that comes to the forefront has to be viewed through a prism of how does this affect the environment. That's my platform. That's what I'm going to run on. That's going to be my focus. And so I thank the Milwaukee County Green Party for sponsoring me. Hopefully we'll raise some money and be competitive this fall. And I thank you very much for your time.
All right. Any other candidates in the room? Anyone else want to run for anything? Oh, yes. A couple of newcomers. So are you going to switch back to the, or are we going to make them come up here since they were late? All right. Those of you who came up late, you have to come up here and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Anderson. I am a co-chair for the Wisconsin Green Party. Apologize for being late. A lot of stuff going on today. Oh, closer? Okay. So again, hi, I'm Tiffany Anderson, co-chair for the Green Party. Sorry for being late.
We have Barb come up and introduce yourself. You gotta introduce yourself to the people. Yeah. She did? Oh, you did? Okay, I missed it. Oh, they can't hear you.
My name is Tom Scannell. I'm a longtime member and I'm here. Sorry for being late.
All right. Public shaming of the late people. That's what the Green Party is about. Oh yeah. Oh yes. He was trying to sneak. All right, come on, Curtis.
Yeah, my name's Kurt Bolton. I'll raise this up so nobody else can speak. Got here late because, I sort of started late, but then there was a traffic jam on the freeway. I thought, well, maybe they're all coming to the Green Party meeting. And a few people showed up. Good for them. I think more people will. I'm glad to see Michael for the first time in person. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen you in person before. It's awesome. Believe me. I forgot that already. Anyways, I am going to be running for co-chair. I believe in the Green Party. I think it is more than just an environmental party. I think diversity is a big thing, at least the way I see it. And I hope we can get other people to see the same way. Thank you.
I just want to observe for Kurt's benefit that when you get older, the first sign of senility is you can't remember shit. But I don't remember what the next one was.
All right. So let's see. So that was, I don't even know where that was that we just bumped up. So anybody other political stuff want to, jump up here and announce that you're running for, Supreme Potentate or anything like that? All right. So I think next up, we're going to jump to, would it be local chapter reports? All right. So local chapter reports. Maybe I will start since I'm with Driftless Greens. We're at we have, the entire west side of the state currently. Maybe if there's other people on the west side of the state and you want to start a chapter, that'd be great. So we don't have to drive like hours and hours just between us. So Driftless Greens currently have pretty small, but have members down in La Crosse, Michael White and company, and Eau Claire and Jean down in La Crosse area. And then we have Dorothy Ann and myself and in Eau Claire. So as far as we're doing a lot. We're involved with Michael both in Green Party stuff and a few other things. So we see each other a lot, and we're also Dorothy Ann works on the newsletter and things like that. So if you get a newsletter in your mailbox, then Dorothy Ann's the one kind of compiling that. If you want to submit something for the newsletter, send it to Dorothy Ann at driftlessgreens@gmail.com and say attention newsletter. So that's kind of the main thing we've been up to is trying getting that newsletter out and things like that. So as far as like direct chapter stuff, not too much more than a lot of logistical coordination stuff. So kind of behind the scenes currently. So and let's see. What chapters do we have represented? Do we have anyone in the room from Madison, or would that just be Dave online? Should we jump to you? We'll do it geographically. So going east, we have 4 Lakes Greens, I believe.
Sure. Yeah, I can say a couple words. Yeah, so I would say our most recent initiative of note is, we've been talking a lot about ranked choice voting and other sort of electoral reforms, and decided that now seems as good a time as it's been to bring up ranked choice voting on the local level and try to get that passed. You know, in the past, people would say, you know, well, what if the legislature then bans it or the Supreme Court? But, you know, we figure right now it seems unlikely that, you know, such a ban would not get vetoed, and that, you know, the Supreme Court would overturn it, since in general Republicans have been more hostile to ranked choice voting. So, yeah, we want to try to move that forward on the local level, and also wanted to suggest that other chapters might consider doing the same. Just given that, again, it seems like it could be a good time to move that kind of reform locally. Yeah, so that's the main thing that I have to report. Pass.
All right. Is it still just the 3 chapters currently? I know there's been talk about, was it Stevens Point or something? Is that, what's that? Yeah, we're going, I just want to make sure. And then, all right, finally our home chapter.
Hi, good to be with everybody today. I'll try and keep it short because we've been doing a lot of stuff. And I'm just kind of pulling from what you might read when the newsletter comes out soon. Thank you again, Dorothy, for really heading that. So at the annual national meeting, our members, Rita Maniotis and Matthew Arndt, who's, I don't know if he's here today, but they gave a talk about sunlight on growing greens with sunlight on state crimes and corruption. You can actually see that on YouTube on the Green Party channel. They've been working on getting together the next annual national meeting in Chicago. So Wisconsin Greens, you know, will want to help out and get to know our Illinois friends a lot next year, maybe. It's a really big opportunity for us. We've been going out to all the festivals locally and handing out our little flyers to try and get more people to join and let people know that we are here. I've been defending questions on the Conservation Congress, and both of them passed just recently. So we had one that we sponsored about there was a study on if you paint one blade of your windmills black, then it can reduce bird deaths by 70%. So we wanted to try and get people in Wisconsin to know about that, and maybe try to replicate that study here and, you know, be on the cutting edge of that technology. And also to give the DNR more power and more responsibility over pipeline disasters. That was the other question that passed. The chair of that meeting had her entire career in the DNR. So it was like an extra plus that she voted to move it up to the next level. So that's what I've personally been up to, and with our local questions that we passed up. And thank you to all of the other Greens around Wisconsin who forwarded the questions in their counties. So thank you to all of you who did that. Our partners with Power to the People, I think they're going to be talking with us today about municipalizing Milwaukee's energy. And we've had a lot of people going out to work on that. We have been sharing the website Lifeline for Palestine and its associated webinars spearheaded by Jill Stein. And there was a working group here that went to was it the Mexican consulate in Milwaukee? And they had a letter for the Mexican consulate asking for unity and peace on the peace in Palestine. And we've grown a little bit. And we one of the other efforts that we've done is we have all these speakers who come in. Each meeting we have a speaker usually. And one of those was Food Not Bombs, and now they're set up in Milwaukee. So we have been working with Food Not Bombs a little bit, and our garden committee, which has just formed this spring, it's already done 2 plant giveaways, and one of them has been at the Food Not Bombs event. So I think I got everything there. An upcoming event that people might be interested in coming to is we have our garden committee member, Tylon Moon, who's going to be talking about edible weeds on Thursday, November 14th at 4:30. And that's going to be at Zablocki Library. And if you're just around here or interested in coming back on Monday, we have our local meeting at 6 p.m. And I forget what library it's at. Martin Luther King Library. Oh yeah, I was on the WCC, the Conservation Congress, and I'd been on it for 8 years and said I did not want to run again. So we found some community partners who have decided to run, and so we promoted them. And I'm blanking on names. Jeremy Sprader was one, and Ian Gunther is our other one. And they're doing a fabulous job. Ian was there sticking up for me in the environmental committee last week. I think it was last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. Time is not on my mind right now, but thank you all for being here, and thanks for listening about what's going on in Milwaukee. We also have an effort to help greens thrive around the state. So if you're thinking about getting a local together, if you're a budding local, we try and put up resources on our website, which, to be honest, that part is really sparse. But if you call us up, we will help you with calls. We'll help you to get that local together and actually start having some meetings, just like we do here. And anybody's welcome to come into our hybrid meetings that we host every once a month. Thanks.
All right. So that was all of our chapters. So and then do we want to, let's see, go straight into approving the minutes, or did we want to, let's see. Yeah, I guess that would be next. So okay, secretary's not here. So we are skipping the approval of the minutes of the spring gathering. All right, so that brings us to treasurer's report and finance committee report, right? You want me to bring you the mic or? Okay. It looks like it's come. All right. We're seeing your Yahoo Mail. I think she's trying to. Rita's. All right. Can you guys see the treasurer's report? All right. Looks like
Michael had a great idea this year to take our funds and put them into CDs. And so this is what we did this year is we split up the savings, and we put some in a 7-month CD and some on a 14-month CD. And so, you know, it's earned us $100 already. So like that's great. It's $100 we didn't have before, you know, it's just short of $100. It's $93. So and we wouldn't have had that if you hadn't had that idea. So that's one thing that we've done this year. We've also moved out of PayPal because they have connections with Israel. And so we've been moving from PayPal to Stripe. And there's still 6 members that I've been trying to get in touch with to get them to move from their sustaining membership from PayPal to Stripe. But otherwise, right now, as you can see, we have $13,918.80 with all the CDs and everything, and the PayPal balance, which we don't get until the month later. That's another thing that drives me crazy about PayPal, because I got to keep looking a month back, but realize that we still have some more money coming in. Right now, the only other problem that I'm having is that since we moved to Stripe, all the Stripe money is going into the savings instead of our checking, which is annoying, and I have to figure that out with the bank. But otherwise, the finances have been figured out for the most part, in terms of getting people moving the sustaining memberships, so that now you can set up your own sustaining membership. You can go in and change it anytime you want. We set up a page for that so that any supporter of the Wisconsin Green Party can go in and change their account any way they want. You can stop being a sustaining member, you can start being an annual, and you will get a message when your membership is expiring. So that's awesome. But that's all anybody have questions? No. Okay.
All right. Thank you for taking care of all that, Rita. All right. So now we are up to co-chairs reports. So Tiffany's says nothing. Tiffany's got nothing. Michael, you're up.
I would like to tell everybody that I prepared stuff in advance, but you're going to get it off the cuff because I have a few other things like everybody else. How many people here today or on the web have nothing else going on but the Green Party? Nothing else but the Green Party. You've only got the Green Party on your plate. And I think the other parties have professional party members. That's what they do. It was one of the Democratic staff people that sued to get us off the ballot in 2024. Somebody said, oh, let's get rid of the Green Party. So let's sue to get them off the ballot. And Tiffany and I and Pete and somebody no longer with the Green Party had to deal with that. And in my case, I was actually on an island off Maine, reachable by ferry only 4 times a day. And we had 48 hours to get our response to the Wisconsin Election Committee. The reason I'm going into that is we are small, but we get noticed. Sometimes we get noticed for the wrong reason, but we're also getting noticed, as Jill Stein has periodically, consistently, for our ethics and our values and for being something different than what you can get elsewhere. And this is the last gathering before the election season starts in earnest. So we need to be cognizant of that and move forward. During the last cycle, we made a lot of progress. We also found out that we have to be in person in the state capitol less than a year from now, this coming October, in order for us to stay on the ballot. That's one of the things that has to be done. It's a state legislator, state law that nobody had been paying attention to until Democratic staff members decided to make it an issue and tried to prevent us even from showing up. So we're small. We're the mouse that roared, I hope. But I want us to have a voice. And so the plea that I have you is we made a lot of progress. We now have new chapters. We have other chapters being formed. We have people running for office. We are doing better than we had been in communicating. Quite frankly, we resolved some rifts in the party, and that's all dead and past as far as I'm concerned. The Milwaukee Green Party has paved the way with a lot of things that they've been doing in terms of the membership and the activities. And, you know, they have the advantage they're in a city and there's a lot of other people who can come participate and they can get noticed. But they're doing far better than just the advantage of being in a city. The other thing that's only been mentioned slightly is that we are one of the parties, it's a team, hosting the National Green Party meeting this coming year. And that is going to be a big deal. And I'm going to be reaching out to people, asking people to be involved, asking people to participate, asking people perhaps to give a talk. We need to be out in front with a voice that is clear, that is unambiguous, that is ethical, that makes sense. And we have some obvious issues out there. Let's see, climate change, justice and lack thereof, the way our government is turning into a Gestapo government, but also we even have issues that will appeal to Republicans. For example, John Deere is laying off workers. Their stock may be doing well, but they're laying off workers because they can't sell enough tractors because of the cost of them, because of the tariffs. Bottom line is that we need to have an ongoing dialogue of these issues. We need people to participate at the level of the coordinating council. I think if it passes the editor's approval, I have an article in the current newsletter. I'm asking everybody to think about submitting articles to Dorothy Ann for the newsletter. And then I want to see if we can get other ways to get that information out where people are reading it. The last thing I'm going to say is I am co-chair through November of next year. I do need an active partner running with me this coming year because you'll see from the badge that I'm wearing, if anybody's looked at it, I'm also president-elect of the State Medical Society. So as co-chair of the Green Party, I represent about 200 people right now in terms of dues-paying members or active members. But I consider it very important because we represent an idea. My other hat represents 10,000 doctors. And so that's going to take a lot of my time. Later this month, I have a meeting in northern Wisconsin with the health leaders of the various health systems. I have state meetings and national meetings I have to go to. And I'm going to be very careful about which hats I'm wearing when I speak, because I can't afford to embarrass my other hat with something that I feel strong. I have to be clear about what voice I'm speaking with. But I also am afraid that it may occasionally take time away. So when we do vote for co-chair, I need somebody who can be active, who can dedicate the time and energy that's needed. And I have a couple of ideas, but I'm asking people to step up. Ask not what the government should do for you. Ask what you can do for your Green Party so we can make a difference. That's all I got. Pass.
And for those of you online, that was July 23rd to 26th of 2026 in Chicago at UIC. All right. All right. Moving on, Wisconsin Green Party internal elections nominations. So should we just go position by position? And do we have somebody, or who's, I'm assuming we need somebody writing. Rita's writing down names. So, all right. So we'll just go position by position, and those in the room can shout out. Anybody online, you can either put it in the chat. We'll try to watch that closely, or you can call it out if you have a nomination, or you can nominate yourself. Self-nominations are encouraged, because then we know you're interested. Yep. So Kurt Bolton is one of the nominations for co-chair. I believe, I know Joe Nathan had nominated several. Yeah. And then I don't think he's on the meeting currently, but should I do the ones that Joe Nathan had? Or
Stack.
all right, we have a stat. Is that Dave? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I should say my name. So I believe that you know, again, our bylaws aren't always spelled out to the letter, but you know, typically we ask people to self-nominate. So if someone is nominated by someone else, then they would have to accept that nomination, or self-nominate. Yeah, so I think if that has happened with any of those nominations, then that would be one thing. But otherwise, we don't typically nominate people who haven't expressed an interest in that nomination.
So in other words, if a name was thrown out there, but that person never corresponded to say that they were accepting, then that wouldn't be considered a valid nomination. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was thinking, but I am not the rules guy. So, so for sure, I know we have Kurt Bolton, and then Michael has a nomination.
First of all, I will happily work with whoever gets elected. But I think that the meeting coming up at the national meeting this summer, coming summer, is really important in addition to the election. And I'm very proud of the fact that the Wisconsin Green Party, along with, I think the Illinois Green Party is the other one that's involved, is Cook County Green Party, are stepping up. But I would like to see the co-chair of the Green Party of Wisconsin be one of the voices there and recognized as one of the leaders. And I know it's a lot of extra work, but it really isn't compared to what she's already doing. So I'm going to formally nominate Rita Maniotis as co-chair. And because I can work well with either one of these two, and I will commit to working with whoever gets elected, including with anybody else. But I think that the advantage of that is because of her energy and also because of the position she holds with the upcoming national election. And with that, I pass.
I appreciate your confidence in me, but I will not accept the nomination. I already am working as treasurer. I'm just getting that under my belt. And I was going to nominate myself for treasurer so I could keep going on this and really get it down pat. So thanks anyway.
Yes, Rita has been doing a lot, so I definitely appreciate your everything you're doing, and then your awareness of your limitations as well. So, any other nominations for co-chair? So far, I believe we just have Kurt. Anyone online want to nominate anybody? I am. Oh. Yep. I don't see anyone else. So, all right, we'll move on from co-chair then. Oh, wait. Should we, is that what we want to give the person a chance to speak? Yeah. Okay. That sounds like a great plan. So we'll make Kurt come up to the mic again as our. Yeah.
Well, I hadn't planned on speaking today. but I did prepare something that I'd wanted to get out to all the membership through an email blast or something like that about who I am and what I believe in. I guess in a nutshell, I really do respect the platform of the Wisconsin Green Party. I think it has a lot of elements that two major political parties do not have. Diversity is a big one. We all aren't going to think alike. The Green Party is not a party where it's like you have to think a certain way or you can't belong. I don't think that's true. Everybody has different ideas about what's important. Everybody has different ideas of what they want to get involved in. Go for it. I think the one thing I don't want to do, though, is try and divide the American people. I live in Franklin, a very red part of Milwaukee County, and I got neighbors I like. I mean, I don't agree with them. Sometimes I ask them embarrassing questions, but it's not like I expect an answer all the time. So, I think if we're going to grow as a party, we have to realize that everybody has their own ideas and that we're stronger when we work together, not because we're the same, but because we can use diversity as a way to be stronger and more resilient. And one of the ways that's, just talked about in our country is e pluribus unum. That's the whole idea right there. Out of one, many, or something like that. Many out of one, out of many, one. That's what it is. Out of many, one. And yeah, we just have to learn how to live with each other and expect, and live with the fact that we're different and find a way to make it better. Yeah, I'll shut up. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kurt. All right. I believe that finishes up co-chair. Oh, Dave Schwab had just typed in the chat Kurt Bolton. So I'm just not sure if that's. Oh, wanted the last name. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure we weren't overlooking something. All right. So now we're moving on to operations treasurer. I don't know who that is currently. What? Oh, that's Rita. Okay, so Rita, we have already heard from her. She's been nominated, self-nominated for operations treasurer. Kurt's also nominating Rita. Any other nominations for operations treasurer? Anyone online? All right. Give like 3 more seconds, anyone online to respond. All right, no other. So we got Rita has been nominated for operations treasurer and currently serving as the incumbent for that position. Elections treasurer. All right. Michael White on his way up here.
Is that who I'm never sure. We currently have an elections treasurer, Pete Karras. I talked to him earlier today and last night. He was hoping somebody else would run, but if nobody else is running, I do nominate him to continue, and he said he would be willing to accept it. His concern is that with his campaign ginning up, he would really prefer if somebody else would do it, but he wants to get some things done before he turns over the race. So I would invite comment from anybody else, and if anybody else wants to run. If not, I want to formally put him in the running and state that he has I'm outvoted.
All right, so that's Tiffany Anderson is self-nominated for elections treasurer. She's not going to run as, she's not going to do co-chair again. So we have Tiffany for elections treasurer. Anybody else want to put their name in the hat for elections treasurer? Oh, I can hear, just not see. Oh, yeah. All right. And then Then we have recording secretary, and that currently is Mike McAllister, who's not with us today. Does he want to keep doing it? Does anybody know? Okay.
Would love to hear what Dave Schwab has even more time to prepare than I do.
Oh, sorry, I don't think anyone,
Yeah.
people online can hear you. And
Keep having to walk around. Is this spring I went to a meeting in Orlando, Florida, and sat, both getting to the airport and on the airplane. And after I got there, and developed sciatica so bad I could hardly walk. So they told me, you got to stop sitting so long and walk around much. So I want to thank everybody. But Dave Schwab in particular, and anybody else with a lot of experience, what do we do? What do our bylaws state? And what do we think we should do when we've got an office that's going to open, theoretically going to expire, and nobody steps up to run for it? What are our procedures? Kurt, go ahead. He's saying he thinks the CC could nominate someone.
Dave Stack.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, well, first of all, we do have a little bit of time before ballots are finalized, right? So I think there's still time for someone to self-nominate. And we do need someone who is willing to at least accept a nomination because that's kind of a prerequisite for doing the job. So yeah, again, it is, not every scenario is spelled out in great detail in our bylaws. The way that we've done in the past is, try to find someone who's willing to accept the nomination. I know, Mike's wife, I think, recently had some health procedure, so that might be why he's not available. I can text him, see if he is interested in self-nominating, or maybe someone else who's present might think about doing it. But yeah, I would say if we don't have someone right now, then we can move on and keep working on it. In kind of the worst case scenario is that we end up having no candidates and the seat is vacant until we find someone to fill it.
Mike said he was gonna be in an all-day training, remember?
yeah, I can see. So, so it sounds like we'll, for our first specialty, reach out to Mike, make sure he's willing to continue. If so, he would be, that. And then just, you could weigh in on this, Dave. If, nobody for some reason is able to, or, oh no, never mind, this is recording. So regarding, oh, she already said, never mind, I'm getting my thoughts mixed up. All right, so, if we don't know by the end of the meeting, we would defer, and then maybe what would the membership committee then just follow up to like try to recruit somebody who would be interested, or who is it? Elections committee.
Yeah, at any given meeting, obviously you can delegate the role in the meeting at the coordinating council. So in a case, acting secretary of each meeting.
Oh, okay.
Michael White said, so
Yeah.
that's the money that's working.
Yeah, that's the money.
That's fine. So
We
as
have
a
confirmation.
somewhat tongue-in-cheek, notice this big object is tongue-in-cheek. We can always nominate at each meeting this strange creature called ChatGPT. I think the main issue is to make sure that we capture the meeting. And I'm assuming we're recording today's meeting to the cloud, but that's, if nothing else, there's a couple of other meetings that I have to run where in my other hats, and ChatGPT or the AI recording that Zoom has saves the day, because otherwise nobody's doing a good enough job at capturing the notes. And that's partly tongue-in-cheek, but partly practical.
All right, so just to recap that, it sounds like we're going to, Mike McAllister's the current one, recording secretary, and we'll be reaching out for him to see if he's still open to staying as the nominee for that role.
If you're gonna be there, I'm gonna change.
Oh, just had a lot of back and forth, so it was.
That's good with you just moving up.
Yeah, that sounds good.
No,
Did
it's really hard.
Did anybody actually self-nominate online or anything? I'm not sure
No.
everybody, people got a chance. Nobody, Dorothy Ann says it's really hard to hear.
Can you hear Dorothy Ann now?
Can someone at this too, Barb, can you do a test and just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2, 3.
Dorothy, can you tell us, can you hear Barb okay? See, it's garbled,
just a bit
because
garbled.
you gotta switch both the speaker and the mic. Okay. It's a hassle.
Speaker to what?
To the jab.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll.
How about now?
Yeah, try again. Barb?
Good luck to people.
I can hear, it's just as if in a crowded room. And so it's hard to pick up on the main speaker sometimes because it's picking up everything. So it's rather garbled.
Oh, gotcha.
that's annoying.
Well,
That's much better.
Okay,
It's
it's better now.
It's better than
Good.
we had
Thank you.
hybrid thing, we were using these speakers.
Oh, yeah, we
It was
we weren't using the device as the speaker, so I think the device was also picking up
It
what
was
was
really
coming out of the
unfair to
speakers. I
voice.
think that was the issue. All right, is the sound a little better now? We have a chat in here, something about Chester and
You wanna
myself.
move the table closer?
What's that? No, that's fine. We need to address the chat. I can't see the whole.
The logistic is, it's crazy that.
Yeah, the
table is
chat.
so
Yeah.
close.
Did my.
If you move
Okay.
the tables closer to.
Joe Nathan.
Yep.
This is for the CC, this is for.
Yes,
So I'll put these down,
so we would need to
we're past the secretary and we're on to corresponding secretary.
texted Mike McAllister waiting response. All right, so corresponding secretary, I believe is currently Dave Schwab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm willing to self-nominate for correspondent secretary.
Anybody else wanting to throw their hat in the ring, or somebody else in the ring for corresponding secretary?
I'll second it.
What's that?
I'll second it.
Got a second for Dave? All right. Anybody else for corresponding secretary? We'll just try to move. All right. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see anybody else. All right, and then district representatives, I'm currently, I guess, on the books first, congressional district 3. I'm willing to, I guess, continue as that. I don't know all the congressional districts that we, so.
I'll just nominate Chester Todd to be the representative for congressional district #1. And I talked with him early today, and he indicated that he would be willing to accept that role.
Okay, so Chester for congressional district 1.
Do we have anybody from
Oh,
Yeah, I'll self-nominate for congressional district 4.
And it looks like, according to Dave, Chester has, it looks like, where is CCC?
Yeah, the district.
Oh, the District 1, okay, I wasn't sure if Dave meant, coordinating council, or,
He is on the coordinating council.
I meant co-chair,
Oh, okay,
co-chair.
got it.
So his CCC meeting, the congressional, alright, so we have me for congressional district 3, Chester for which congressional district? 1, any other congressional districts?
Tom just said
4.
4.
Tom for 4. And then,
We need somebody from 2 on the Madison area.
I think Joe David is fine.
Oh.
He's
Let's see, it's,
any other congressional
Well,
district
let's
reps?
see what.
Yeah.
Joe Nathan is 7, right?
Joe Nathan, are you 7?
Yeah.
Are you wanting to be rep for 7?
Yes.
All right, so we got Joe Nathan for 7.
Jeff.
Jeff
Sixth
for
district,
6.
I was actually kind of hoping to retire from this position, but I don't see where anybody else is willing to step up, so.
All right.
I guess I'm on for 6th again for another
All
year.
right, so we got Jeff for 6.
5th district. What is the 5th district now? Just Pete Harris, is there anybody else in the 5th
And he
district?
said he would be willing to accept nomination, if there wasn't.
To be the district rep? Okay,
All right.
so we have Pete
I'll
Harris.
nominate him.
And then Pete
And then,
Harris for
David,
5.
are you in the 8th
And
district,
then
8th
you got-
congressional district?
You wanna take-
I know we haven't had 8th in a while.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had an 8.
If you're on the meeting and nobody is already nominated from your district, you're it. Just let us know who you are and we'll put you down. All right, he's checking on 8, so while he's looking that up, we can,
See what it is here.
and then chapter, well, he's looking up, I think we just have one more, we're just confirming if he's in the 8th district, but if he is, I think it sounds like. So let's move on while he's looking that up to keep things moving, chapter representatives.
They also could be at large.
What's that?
Yeah, I self-nominate for at large.
At large, I guess.
There's at large too, 1 through 8 at large. There's a possibility if people.
Oh,
like
at
it.
large, okay, I see that, yep. District and at large, okay, so Tom is for at
But
large.
you can't be both, Tom.
Yeah, you can run for both.
Well, you can be for both, but you're still just one vote on the CC.
I am an
Okay, and you're
Would
willing
you be
to accept?
Would you be willing to be the rep for District 8?
Yes.
All right. This is good.
Excuse me, but, you can vote twice. It's 2 separate.
Yeah.
You don't lose for one and one.
Right, yeah, no, that's fine,
You'll get stuck on 16.
yeah. Yeah, it's not like you get 2 votes at the CC if you're 2 votes, but.
I see,
Chap,
I see, well, I'm still looking at District 2 though, I see that Marsha Romo is on the line, I think she's in District 2.
oh,
Would she be willing
Tom
to-
Rod, he answered your question, Dorothy, and Tom Rodman said at large.
Isn't he also CD4?
Yes, you can run for both.
You just can't be elected.
You just can't be elected to both, so it functionally, it's like, it essentially becomes kind of a wash. You essentially are gonna serve one role on the CC, but if you lost one election but won the other, if you win them both, you pick which one you decline, is that right?
We've done it many times.
Yeah,
Point of information, the way that we used to do elections when we just
came to a room and that was it before we were hybrid at all or online. We went down the line from co-chair through the positions. And then when it came to the districts, you just grouped up into your district in the room and that district, whoever was there would nominate, elect that person together. So you would say, you'd have your co-chair election right after nominations, and then your secretaries and treasurers, and then these elections after that, all in the room, all at the same time, in the same day. Since we've moved to online mostly, people have a ballot they get after this meeting, and then you vote after that. So it just doesn't, it's a little bit strange the way that we have moved it online. Like it just doesn't mesh like it used to, where it was, this is done, we move on to the next thing. But that's okay. People can run for multiple seats. If you win multiple, you can only serve on the seats you one time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're only one body in the CC and you don't get more than one vote. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we hear how often the CC meets?
It's once a month.
Right.
Usually on a Wednesday. Currently. All right, let's move on to chapter representatives. Wait, we need more.
Yeah, Dorothy says this is not working.
Oh.
And if it's not working, recording's not gonna be good.
Oh, okay.
So we need to.
Let's go walk up to the mic, yeah. We're gonna switch back to the mic, yeah.
You have to walk up to the mic.
All right, hold on, let me get to the right place.
You have to switch
I know.
speakers.
She's trying to.
All right, we're back. Yeah, thanks for letting us know that, Dorothy Ann. It is, yeah, we got a little spoiled with UW Eau Claire's AV setup. All right. Yes, I will relay. So is there anybody online that would like to be chapter or a district representative for Congressional District 2? Anybody? All right, I am not seeing anything on the chat or hearing anything. All right, so Dave, when or who's in charge of ballots? When are we anticipating ballots going in? Because I'm sure it's not going to be like right away, is it? So if you are either listening to the recording of this meeting or on this meeting and just aren't sure, you can always email the coordinating council if you want to self-nominate before the ballot goes out. Right? Am I wrong in saying that? No? Okay. Why? Because ballots aren't. All right. All right. So closes by the end of the meeting. So you have till the end of the day to let us know if you want to put your name in the hat for a position. All right. Now moving on to chapter representatives. Oh, okay. Right. They're chosen, but I mean, do the chapters know who are we getting those today, or would that be later? So they're typically. Okay, so I'm just relaying here. So chapter representatives are picked by the chapters and submitted to the CC, and they can be onboarded at any time throughout the year once the chapter has. Okay. All right. So we don't have to you just have to be an active paid up member of the Wisconsin Green Party to be a chapter rep. All right, Tom. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do you want to? All right. Tom's going to give his talk about CD4 rep. He's going to give his pitch, I guess.
All right. Curtis, did not prepare a statement. Am I coming through okay? All right. So some background on me. I'm from Bayview, which is Milwaukee, Congressional District 4, where I'd be willing to run for the at-large position. I have had experience. I've been on I've been on the coordinating council before, and I've been on the IT committee, been co-chair of that, well, I am currently, and then chair for several years. And in that area of IT, I want to keep working on the collaborative tools that we use. You know, we're using Google Docs, of course, but there's alternative tools. I'm always looking at that and looking at alternatives to Zoom. We're using Jitsi, for example, in our local chapter. So I believe in the Green Party because of the grassroots, bottom-up democracy. And in terms of democracy, it is a representative situation. So in a sense, you know, we don't have, I don't believe in a majoritarian rule. I believe in also representing minorities. And that's a very important thing. Oh, yeah, there's something about my voice. Okay. It's the microphone. Okay. All right. And the other thing, we've been through some turmoil, you know, with people getting kicked out and then brought back in. And it's not just the Green Party. I'm in 5 different Zoom groups every week. I'm involved involved in anti-war movement in Milwaukee, Peace Action. I've also joined the Milwaukee Anti-War Committee, which is very young people. Get out on the street a lot for the Gaza demonstrations. I do videos and put them on the Peace Action website. So I'm pretty involved. I try to meet once every 2 weeks with Peace Action. And as far as the IT, always trying to work on this hybrid stuff to make it run smoother. I'm on the Greater Milwaukee Green Party Election Committee. I've done a lot of on-the-ground petitioning. And I'm interested in reforming the bylaws. One of the options that I think when you vote, you should be able to abstain. Like if someone's running for an at-large position and you don't know them, should be able to just abstain. I think that's in our bylaws. So the other big thing about me is I show up. I show up for meetings. So I think that's a big thing. I should be honest that I spend about over 15 hours a week looking at this whole COVID situation and studying it. And, you know, and I'm respectful of Michael White, the critical independent thought, you know, is really important. Trying to keep an open mind. I know, for example, the tetanus spores are all over the earth and soil, and rabies. I mean, there's certain things you just can't ignore in terms of vaccines. But COVID was huge, and so I've been studying that. Thank you. I knew it was going to ramp. Okay, so one of my main issues though is anti-war stuff, and what's going on in Gaza. We've got to stop it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you online, I think that might have been one of your first chances to see Tom today, but he and Rita have been behind all the technology and jumble of wires and cables and cameras that you guys cannot see, making sure everything is run so you can see and hear as well as you do. So I thank you for all they've been doing. All right, so that covered chapter representatives. Any other for at-large representatives? Just want to make sure. Josh? All right, Josh just got nominated for at-large rep. Do you accept? Josh accepts. All right. Curtis? Curtis will put his name in for an at-large, so he's guaranteed to end up on the CC this year, it sounds like. All right, in some capacity. Anybody else? Anybody online? All right. Okay. So that wraps up at-large representatives. All right, now we're on to 2 national committee delegates and 2 alternatives. Anybody want to put their hat in the ring for national committee? I see a Matt. Matt Nishiko, are you putting your name in the, or, oh no, wait. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the participants, not the chat. All right.
Kingfisher. Self-nominating.
All right. Joe Nathan for national committee.
I'm self-nominating. I'm one of the delegates currently, and I think there's some value to continuity. Pass.
Barb, are you national? Are you one? All right. Barb Dahlgren is also putting her name in for continuing as national committee. 2 alternates, yes. Oh.
I have a confession to make. In my other hat, I am now a delegate to the AMA. Maybe I can make some changes, but it was my understanding in running that if you didn't get elected as a delegate, you became an alternate. That's not how it works at the AMA. And I wound up becoming a delegate, which wasn't my intent. But in our system, is it the case that number 3 and number 4 wind up as alternates as opposed to having to run for alternates? So that's just a question. Yeah, that is the case. So, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so the way, at least there was some confusion of this question, but the decision last time, which seemed to satisfy everyone, was that the the person who got the most votes, kind of the person who comes in first place, gets their choice of the delegate or alternate position. And then it goes to the second place person. So if they both choose, the delegate positions, then the third and fourth place vote getters basically get the choice of the alternate positions, or they can
Thanks for
decline
clarifying.
altogether.
Perfect. Yeah, so it sounds like we've got Joe Nathan, Barb Dahlgren, who was the Michael White? Anybody else? Oh, Dave Schwab, are you one of, no, which? And Barb.
I currently am, but I'm not looking to run again.
You are not. Okay. So currently the 3 we have in the running is Barb Dahlgren, Joe Nathan, and Michael White. Anybody else? Jeff Reese for candidate number 4 for National Committee delegate. All right. Anybody else? Yeah. Oh, will it wait till you get up here to talk?
Really important when it comes to the presidential election year, because then you will be charged with going to the convention and representing your state for whoever it is that you want to have run for president. So it's not next year, but in a couple of years, then yes, that will be a big job, but it's so much fun. I've done it for Illinois and it was a lot of fun.
All right, looking at the chat here, it looks, I don't see any other names. So it sounds like we have 4 for National Committee delegate. All right, that looks like it wraps up all the nominations. So it looks like we're moving on to discussion of proposed bylaw changes. We're going to do that next. How do you want to, I guess, how do you want to proceed with that? I don't. And those of you online, those have been emailed out. And then are you able to maybe, do you have it where you can pull it up and share it? So it's those who don't have quick access can at least. All right. Rita's going to throw a link into the chat. So for those of you online can pull them up easily if you can't already find them in your email. Oh. Okay. So you're saying on the ballot, you're going to have you can vote for somebody, but there's also going to be a disapprove button.
Are you referring to my comment in the chat?
Tom is wondering if there's anything in the bylaws from having on the ballot an abstention on it's the disapprove. So what Tom is asking is on the ballot, is there going to be the option to vote for somebody or something, a vote against it, or person or thing, or an abstention, a disapproval and then an abstention? Are those going to all be options?
Dave Stack?
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. So if you're talking about elections, then yeah, I mean, in terms of our process, you can always vote yes, no, or abstain. In terms of elections, just for partly for technical reasons, the no sometimes takes the form of a none of the above, or it can be a no other candidate vote. And sometimes abstaining just means kind of skipping the race on your ballot. In terms of voting on proposals, yes, you should be able to vote yes, no, or abstain. Again, the abstain option might just involve skipping the race on your ballot. According to our decision-making process and our bylaws, the abstain votes don't really count for anything except maybe quorum.
Right. So an abstention is essentially a neutral choice. A no is a negative choice, and obviously yes is an affirmative choice. Yes, Tom. Here, maybe actually, do you want to? Because it's gonna be hard to relay.
I mean, it might be a moot point. I think we should
Well,
talk about the bylaws too, because it might be a moot point. Kurt is on the stand.
Okay, currently the way we disapprove of a person, is when we're doing ranked choice voting, we don't rank the person, and that's considered a disapproval vote. So you can either rank someone or you can disapprove. We don't have any option to abstain. So one way to do that is to have if you have a candidate Joe, you can rank Joe, or you can pull him off the ballot, which is a disapproval vote, or you can have a Joe abstain ballot, and you put that on the ballot. So it's pretty simple. So you have to have a Joe ballot and then a Joe abstain ballot.
Yeah, when I read the bylaws, I don't see them making a distinction between an election and a policy decision. They're all in the same portion of our bylaws. And the only real distinction between the two is that none of the above needs to be included on the ballot when you're doing elections. There's a problem in that, and that open vote doesn't really support that kind of thing. So what we try and do is work around it to follow our bylaws. And I think the other thing that should be made note of too is that the bylaws as they exist now are the way all our decisions and elections made during this meeting are going to be handled. If the bylaws are changed, well, then that changes for the next one. For this one, they are what they are, and we have to deal with that. I think Tom's right. I don't like the none of the above unless it's more or less a complete condemnation of everybody who has put their name forward. And I think it results in people not, if they don't vote for him, that's automatically saying, yeah, no way, we don't agree, we don't want it. And it can become a problem. And I think one way around that is to allow the abstention, which is allowed under all the policy decisions. And yes, abstentions are counted in a very specific way. And that if you do abstain, it's not included in the vote total. So when we make a decision, and I think this probably applies to our elections as well, and Dave, you can probably correct me if I'm wrong. As I understand it, it seems to me that you need to have a 60% approval rating to win an election. That's pretty high. But nonetheless, that's the way it is. So with that, I think that probably clarifies everything that I wanted to say about voting. I did provide something to the CC a couple of months ago. I wasn't able to make the last meeting, and so I don't think it was ever really discussed, my thoughts on this, but I did put them forward to the CC. I guess the only other thing I want to say is that I'm in favor of online decision making. I mean, we have a thing right now where everything is trying to, eliminate the possibility of voting if you don't show up. You can't do mail-in voting. You can't do absentee vote. If you're overseas and you're serving your country, no, you can't vote. You can only vote if you come into the city hall and vote. I don't think that's right, and I think our bylaws should reflect the fact that, yeah, we want everybody to vote who is an active member of the Green Party. We can change things. I mean, if you're sort of worried about people just joining the party and then, asking for the money back after they voted, yeah, we can handle that issue. But I think it's important, for myself, if somebody gets sick or something shows up in my life and I'm not able to attend this meeting, that I'm still able to put my thoughts out there. Yeah, have them counted. So that I'll sit down.
Okay, so we're talking about the bylaws that were read at the last meeting that are being introduced now for consideration for decision making. The first one has to do with bringing back consensus. Consensus is a bedrock property and practice in the Green Party. And it is something that we really need to bring back. I know that during COVID, all the meetings went online, but now we're back together again. And we also have hybrid. So it is possible for more people around the state to be part of the meetings. And during this process, in a meeting, we have the ability to discuss and to hone ideas to the best, put all our minds together. And if we are able to do that, it doesn't make sense for people who weren't at the meeting, who haven't heard the discussion, to be able to actually vote it down. Something that we have come to an agreement about at a meeting for people who weren't at the meeting to be able to veto it. So all this first one on decision making does is bring back consensus. That's all it does. So what is in yellow are the new parts, and what is stricken are these are new rules that were put in 2 falls ago. So or it was a fall, I don't know if it was the spring 2024 meeting when this was put in place. But anyway, right now, everything has to go for a vote to the membership, and 20% of the people have to, 20% of the membership has to vote on it. Has to, and 20%, let's see, at least, where is it? 60% majority, 60% majority of the people who vote. Okay. We have 64 members. 48 people voted in the last election, after the last meeting. We have over half of that here right now online, and in this room, we have over 20 people. So I think that it is important that at membership meetings, we should be able to make decisions. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make a decision at a membership meeting. Then why would we have a membership meeting if basically all you do is vote? Then why would anybody want to show up? Right here in this room, we can come up with ideas. We can, you know, if somebody has a friendly amendment to this, that's totally fine. Then we can suss out the best thing for our party to do so that we can grow. But I think by not meeting, we will not grow. We need to be meeting with each other and conversing with each other, finding out what's going on in other parts of the states, and being able to make decisions at this meeting. So that's why this is being reintroduced. So it would say that decisions made at state membership meetings shall be made via the consensus process. If a consensus cannot be reached, members will vote during the meeting. In order to pass, a proposal must receive 60% majority, not counting abstaining votes. So, and the elections will still be conducted online. So elections can be held online with a voting period not to exceed 5 days. Online voting shall be conducted in a manner that ensures the security and integrity of the voting process. All members in good standing at the time of the membership meeting will be sent a ballot and may participate in online voting. Now, chiefly people will say, well, what about the people who can't be here? I understand that. There are times when people just can't make a meeting, either hybrid or not. Like Tom Ward wanted to be here today, but he is in the mountains leading a Boy Scout troop up the mountains. But he is feeling like, you know, it's okay if you guys come to a decision. I trust what you're going to do. But I understand that some people can't be at the meeting, but to say that no decisions can be made at this meeting because some people can't be here is to me not helpful to growing the party. So, and that's my main objective with this, with putting this together. And that's the first bylaw change. So anyway, we're taking a stack on this. So we have Michael, we have Tom and Mike. Go ahead.
Dave Stack.
So we have me and then Tom and then Dave is the current stack list. Speaking as someone who has served in the military overseas, it is the case that there are some people for various reasons that can't vote there are some cases, some people who can't vote or can't attend a meeting care very much about their vote. And the only election, national election, which I have not voted in since 1972, is one where I was overseas and my ballot didn't get to me in time. So it's something I care about a lot. So I recognize Kurt's concern and other people's concerns about depriving people of access to voting. It is also the case that often people not participating
voting online often feel like they don't have as much information and they're not privy to the discussion that goes on in person. And I personally favor as much in-person participation as possible. I want to point a couple of things out though. It says in this revised article, unfortunately, I've also had to deal with too many lawyers because of some other aspects, not just political, but in medicine. I've had to testify in malpractice trials and tort trials and various other things. Lawyers care a lot about words, and I think we need to do as well. The final paragraph says elections at state membership meetings shall be conducted using ranked choice voters. The next highlighted sentence, elections may be held online. Shall and may are not equivalent words. So when we look at this, I have mixed emotions about some of the stuff that's going back and forth everybody's talking about right now. If we have a majority, significant majority of people attending a meeting, I'm in favor of getting things done so we can move on. But I also recognize the rationale went behind OPA vote and online voting. However, I think it is imperative that we pay careful attention to words like shall and may, such that our bylaws are very clear about which things are permissible versus which things are required. I'm making an observation and I'm open to people making an amendment on how to fix that, because I think there's also a concept there. I think that I would suggest elections, if held online, shall be conducted in May, and maybe we'll want to keep it as May, because maybe we don't always want to do online elections. But if we're going to, sometimes we need to put criteria in there about why we're doing online. Because right now, some people would interpret this as you must have an election online after the in-person meeting. I'm not sure that the bylaws actually say that. So I'm partly asking for clarification and discussion. I may have other comments later, but I think I will pass at this point. I think Tom is next.
Okay, there's a strikeout line in here. I don't think Rita read the strikeout. What's eliminated is this phrase, or I'll read the whole sentence, with restoring the strikeout. Elections at state membership meetings shall be conducted using ranked choice voting, with members allowed to choose a none of the above option, which is binding if it receives a majority. Now, you've heard me say a disapproval vote. I think people understand what disapproval means. And it's a very specific disapproval vote. It's directed at an individual candidate, you know, not Sue or not Joe or not Sam. So you know that that person has a really bad reputation and you don't want them to hold office. So if a majority, if that person, Joe, gets a majority of votes, there are disapprovals, he doesn't go into the ranked choice voting run. He's eliminated before the ranked choice voting. So that's what that is. And frankly, I challenge people in the audience to explain what none of the above means. If there's anyone new here and they read these bylaws, I've talked to several people about this. Oh, God, it's incredibly directional. I have to like eat it. Okay. So again, just repeating myself, I think the bylaws as they stand right now are very confusing. I don't think people know what none of the above is. I did research on this in other countries, what none of the above means, and it does have a real meaning. It means I want to cancel the entire election. And that's not what's intended here. What's intended is a disapproval. You want to support a very targeted disapproval vote. And this has been struck from the from the bylaws, which I agree with. I think I think what this leads to is a majoritarian situation where minorities can be shut out by the disapproval vote. So that's all I have to say. I am agreeing with the bylaws. I am agreeing with the bylaws change. Yeah, I'm affirmative to the bylaws change. Thank you.
All right. And did you read them both, or we're just talking about the first one? Okay. Who's up next? Dave Schwab. All right, go Dave.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Yeah, so I have a lot of concerns about this. I've spoken to a lot of members who have a lot of concerns about this. First of all, this is the second time this has been brought, and last time, this proposal was defeated by a large majority. So it was nowhere near passing it, but now it's been reintroduced again, and the whole idea of consensus is that basically you give people the ability to voice their concerns, then you try to come to a solution that will satisfy everybody more or less, and that often involves compromise and change. Instead, what's happened is that essentially the same proposal that was overwhelmingly voted against has now been reintroduced. So that raises a lot of red flags. And as raised, we had a lot of members vote and weigh in on that, because people really cared about it. But yeah, not everyone can make a 4 or 5 hour meeting on the weekends. People have family commitments, people have health issues, people have work commitments. There's a lot going on in people's lives. And, I know there's a lot of people, many of our officers I know have had to miss meetings due to various commitments. It doesn't mean that they didn't care, didn't want to participate, and didn't want their voices to be heard. In fact, I think that I've made every meeting, since I got involved with the Wisconsin Green Party in the beginning of 2013. And, after our spring gathering where we were having this same discussion, hours after that, I went to the hospital and my daughter was born. So, if that had happened the night before or 2 nights before or whatever, I would have had to miss that meeting. And it doesn't mean that, I didn't want to participate and didn't want my vote to count. It's just, people have things going on in their lives. And online voting has really allowed us to make voting more accessible, more democratic. It's allowed us to include those people who are often low-income people, often from marginalized communities, younger people, or sometimes older people with health issues. So online voting has really allowed, given us a tool to make grassroots democracy more real. And I think I hear the concerns that people, we want folks to be informed. And one way that we've been doing that is we have videos of these discussions that happen at meetings. But often we don't have a whole lot of time. That's another thing about consensus. I lived at a co-op. If you really make decisions via consensus, it can take all night. And our meetings, we have specific time limits. And we want to stick to those. That's another accessibility issue. So we need ways to basically have more deliberation. And I think one piece that's missing that we basically all have consensus on is that we need to implement, in a serious way, an email discussion system where members can have discussions like this and people can see the discussion. That way you don't have to cram in these discussions into a few minutes at biannual meetings, and you don't have to say, okay, we should make these big, complex, and consequential decisions for the party after a few minutes of discussion and debate at a biannual meeting. We have the technology to solve these issues. So again, I've spoken to a lot of people who are really concerned about this, and they would be very upset if we decide to go backwards and take away people's right to vote, unless they're at a specific meeting at a specific time. One other thing I'll say, I'll try to be quick about none of the above voting, but this is something that the Green Party's advocated for as long as I can remember. It was something that Ralph Nader ran on. It actually exists in Nevada. And in short, without none of the above voting, anyone who kind of volunteers for a position would automatically get in unless it's a contested race. And seeing like how many uncontested races we have right now, that would make it very easy just to, a few people.
It's been quite a, sorry, Dave, it's been several minutes. We're getting, yeah. Somebody has a follow-up question.
Okay. All right. Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. Consensus requires long conversations and requires hearing people's concerns. And Tom literally asked if anyone could explain none of the above voting. And I know he doesn't want to, I know he doesn't actually want me to answer that question. I think it would make, be appropriate just to quickly say that the Green Party.
Hey, can I ask you two questions real quick? One is 5 days. Do you not think that 5 days is enough to have that conversation you're discussing? And the other question is, do you think that the word may be held online should be changed to shall be held online? Two questions.
Sorry, I'm confused about what's going on.
Okay, so had a couple of questions there, wanting your take on based on what you had said earlier. Tom had, you want to repeat your questions?
So, Dave, two quick questions. One
so these
is
questions are for me?
Yes. One is the way this is worded, it says voting period not to exceed 5 days. Do you not think that 5 days is long enough to have the discussion online that you're referring to?
Well, a voting period is different than a discussion period.
But
because once a voting period starts, people can cast their votes and it's over. So
if it's to last 5 days, then votes can be held for 5 days, correct? I mean, if you have a chance. Well, the other question was, do you think that the word where it says elections may be held online, do you think that word may shall be changed to shall? Elections shall be held online?
Well, I don't, I don't support this change whatsoever. I do think it is important that we, continue to hold our elections by online vote. Yeah, and I think the word may there is a big concern for a lot of people because it basically makes it sound like it's optional, and then who decides whether the election is held online or if it's just, a show of hands by a few people in a room.
Okay, I just wanted to correct something that that was said about that this was voted on, and it was voted against by a large majority. There was no discussion at the meeting where this was introduced when there was a vote afterwards. There were a series of 8 bylaws changes that were just thrown into the vote. Only 1 or 2 of them were discussed. This was not discussed. And so we didn't have a chance to even come or reach a consensus or even think about a consensus. So the idea is that if we don't ever have consensus at all in our bylaws, I don't think that we're a true Green Party. And I think we need to have consensus somewhere in our bylaws. So that's why this is here. So anyway, Michael's next and then Barbara.
Well, all right. So
I've been on track for a while, Kingfisher.
So the other thing is, I was interrupted while I was trying to address the question about none of the above voting. So, can I just complete what I was saying, or
Dave, complete your answer to none of the above and then surrender the microphone, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Co-chair Michael White, please give every participant the full benefit of their time. Thank you. Pass.
Thanks, Joe Nathan. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't actually understand why I'm the only person here who's been interrupted repeatedly. But yeah, so none of the above voting. In short, if we didn't have it, one person could raise their hands to run for a seat. They can vote for themselves, even if everyone else was opposed to their candidacy. They would win the election. We could have, let's say a group of, 8 Nazis on 4chan decide it would be funny to take over the Wisconsin Green Party. They show up to the meeting, they self-nominate for all the vacant positions, they vote for themselves, and they all walk into the positions unopposed. That may seem like an extreme example. It certainly is not unthinkable, but there could also just be people who who really hold values that we don't support and who we don't want to represent us. And that's why the Green Party at the national level has none of the above voting in its platform and in its practice. So I think getting rid of it would be a huge mistake. Pass.
Okay, this is Michael again. We're going to try and stick with stack. We're going to try to stick with our rules. I do believe that there is a time limit for how long we are allowed to speak in response to something. And I don't remember if it's 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but Dave, if you were interrupted, one of the reasons has been that your answers have been very long. And so I apologize if you feel like you're being stepped on, but we need to stick to the points at hand. So I'm going to try and summarize a couple of things. There are 2 issues I think that are here. One is the issue, I'm going to skip for the moment, none of the above, disapprove. I'm going to skip that part of the issue and focus on Article 1, modifications obtained or written proposed herein. And that is that there seem to be 2 opposing opinions, and they're strongly held opposing opinions. One is that there shall be no elections held only at the meeting, that everything must be by online voting to ensure everybody has a chance to vote. I support the opportunity to use online voting, but I also recognize that we have a long history of having difficulty reaching consensus. And although I'd like to see consensus 100% of the time, at some point you need to make decisions and move on. Dave has maintained that he's spoken to a lot of people and a lot of people are concerned. The majority of people eligible to vote, not everybody, but the majority of people eligible to vote, more than half are at this meeting right now. Is that correct? Okay, so Dave may have, pardon? More than a third are here. Okay, so not a majority. I stand corrected. But I think that a lot of people have expressed opinions. They're not necessarily people who are entitled to vote at the present time. Therefore, I think we need to be careful about the assertions we make. I also will echo Rita's comments about this was voted on at the last election. Well, actually, no, there was not discussion. Tom, to answer your question, yes, 5 days is not enough time to have discussion. The point is the discussions take place before the vote. And these proposed bylaws have been out for quite a while. They've been available for people to review. And so one of the failures here is our institutional failure to hold that discussions. We've tried to resolve it various ways, online discussion group, that may need to be approved. But the 5 days time period of the voting is for the voting process and not the discussion. The discussion needs to take place beforehand. I think that there are times and circumstances where we should make decisions at the in-person meeting. There's value to that, where interactions can take place back and forth. There are also circumstances where you need to have online voting. And with that, I will shut up and pass.
Kingfisher stack?
I'm next on the stack, and then
Look at the
and
chat.
then Kingfisher. No, I'm on the stack next.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna just appoint myself timekeeper since we don't have one, and I'll start it now for 3 minutes for everybody. Vibe checker. Let's see. We used to have a vibe checker here, and I've never done it, and I've never heard of a vibe checker. So I'm just gonna say, go Green Party for good vibes. Okay. First of all, I want to really support this. We do what it's called modified consensus at the Greater Milwaukee Green Party meetings, and it works very well for us. All of this used to be, we're basically changing the bylaws back to what it was before we had this extremely tumultuous time in the Green Party. And I was central to that, but I won't go into the past. But it was just kind of changed all of a sudden abruptly, and we're trying to change it back to what it was before, which is modified consensus, like Green parties all around the country use. So I'm totally in support of this. And there was something that Dave said that I wanted to respond to, but I might have to get back on the stack for it because I can't. Oh, about the people coming to meetings or not. It is gorgeous outside. We all drove here or got here to the meeting. All of you lovely people online are taking your day out to be with us at this meeting. And we always say in the Green Party, we are the people we've been waiting for. Look around, we're it. We're here. We're the ones who are going to be the next leaders in this party through the next year. Not the people who might or might not vote later. It's the people who show up and do the work. And these are the people I've seen every day, all the time, who come and show up and support the Green Party and make sure that we have people running for elections, make sure that we're doing things in our locals. It's not the people who might be sometime online, who might come. Those people are looking for leadership. They're coming in and they see us go, they see, oh, well, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done that? Where are you? They're looking for us to be the leaders. And so we can't put it on people sometime in the future, somewhere online, who may or may not be completely new to this party, to make all the decisions for us later in the future. Here in this room right now, we have already gathered. We need to be able to make decisions, or else there's no point in having these meetings at all. That's what it says right now, is that any decision, not just elections, and elections are still going to happen online for candidates, but decisions, every decision. Do we want to have pizza? Do we want to go do a march? Do we want to go here? Do we want to do this? Do we support not a candidate because we're doing that online, but do we want to support some ballot measure? Do we want to legalize marijuana? We already have that but these kinds of things, we need to be able to make decisions at our meetings. And right now we can't. And so I would not only move that we vote yes on this, but that we get that we what do you call that? We waive the bylaws and actually do that at this meeting, because it was taken out by having a bylaw waived. So we should be able to waive the bylaw to put it back in. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
All right, Joe Nathan, I believe you're up.
Oh, okay. I disagree with my 3-minute limit just decided by Barbara. I disagree when I look back at the chat that Barbara's on stack. Anyway, I've been treated, I'll let a lot of little things go, but this current group in house doesn't make it real welcoming to the global majority of brown and black people. In fact, I talked to a lot of people that don't really feel safe showing up to the Wisconsin Green Party. So anyway, I'd suggest we all vote no. And I don't think Barbara should be jumping bylaws and protocol and, wanting a result for this vote right now. Vote no for this, people. Okay, I worry about spurious decision-making and power tripping by a small group that's here at the meeting. So please vote no, people. Pass.
All right, thank you. Tom is next. Tom, then Dave. All right.
So I think we need. Done wrong. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So you want to start timing? Okay. Yeah, I think it's really important to refrain from, in effect, name calling and, tone of voice. Although I'm nervous, it's try to be calm, like, the vibes check issue is real. With respect to this issue of none of the above, if you went around this room and you asked people to explain what none of the above means, whether or not it's on the, I'm not aware that it's other states have it. I've done some searches. If you went around this room and you asked people what that bylaws things means, I don't think that you're going to get a different explanation from each person. So I don't think people understand it. If you couch it in terms of approval or disapproval, I think people would understand that. So we're not going to get all this solved today. I wanted to mention that it sounded like Dave kind of agreed that we should be able to abstain. You could either vote for Joe and rank them. You could say no.
Stop using the name Joe if you don't want to name names.
You could either vote for Sam, or you could either vote for.
You're
okay,
not that smart,
I'll use
Tom.
my own name. Yeah, I think you need to mute him. Okay. So you have 3 choices. This is what I understand. We don't need a bylaws change for this. I think we have abstention currently in the bylaws. So what I suggest that we do in OPA vote is that we set up 3 choices for each candidate. You can either rank them on the ballot, first, last, in the middle, wherever. That's ranked choice voting. You can vote against them. So you can say, I disapprove of Jane. Okay, you can do that. And then the next thing you can do is you have to have a separate ballot choice that's an abstraction. Okay, it's a mental abstraction, and it will be a ballot that will say Jane, Jane Smith abstain, and you drag that onto the ballot. So I'm just bringing that up. Thank you.
Dave was on stack next. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I'll just say it one more time briefly. Any time in the past that I remember that we've waived the bylaws, there was always a reason for it, and it was done out of necessity. It was never just, oh, I don't want members to be able to, vote against this, so let's waive the bylaws because some people in the room want to do that. That would be a new low. So anyway, there's no good reason to waive the bylaws for this. I really hope that there's no attempt to do that. Um, you know, uh, I guess at this point we all understand none of the above voting, but I'll point out that the Green Party the Green Party U.S. has adopted none of the above and no other candidate in all its voting. There was a recent vote, and by a large majority, basically like 3/4, that was passed. So this is something that is supported by the Green Party. And, I think it's important, and I've heard this from a lot of people who I've spoken to about this, that we really avoid concentrating power in an old Greens club. And, frankly, I'm tired of seeing people join, get involved, and then get disillusioned because people who've been around for a while think that they're more important and that they should be able to twist the rules to do whatever they want, and that the rules don't apply to them. And we've had a lot of new people leave, and so people are telling me, well, it seems like an old boys club. And at this point I don't know what to tell them. I'm yeah, except that, well, the overwhelming majority of us voted to keep our right to vote, and I'm hoping that people will stop trying to take that away, and that we'll move forward and actually start thinking about consensus and intelligent solutions to some of these issues using available technology, rather than taking it back to the 80s and some mythical consensus process that people don't even understand. If people actually understood what consensus is, then first of all, you would know that no Green Party actually uses consensus, because it is completely unworkable for a political party.
All right.
And but two, we can use
That's 3
principles
minutes.
from consensus, and we can apply them in an intelligent way.
Dave, that's
to
3
try to
minutes.
find an actual
I
consensus.
didn't vote on a 3-minute rule.
Yeah, and then this 3-minute rule was just made up, as a justification to, interrupt the people who are speaking out with concerns about this. So if people are really interested in consensus, then let's talk about that. But this is nothing like consensus. So vote no, pass.
This Michael White again. We have a proposal on the floor. We have a speaker waiting who is being very patient, but probably getting very frustrated. What I will observe is that this is a contentious issue. It remains a contentious issue. There are personalities on both sides, multiple personalities on both sides of this issue. They have strong opinions, but we're all Greens. I think that voting on this proposal, because we have another whole proposal. I know that. Let me finish, please. I think that we need to move along and get this finished so that we can move on with the proposal on the floor. And I ask everybody listening to not impugn the motives of anybody else and not propose that somebody else's motives are thus and such. That's a very classic Republican tactic that I don't like. The motion currently is Article 1. I think, do we vote now on that before moving to Article 2? Or the motion is to waive the bylaws, correct? Thank you for reminding me. There is a motion on the floor to waive the bylaws. I'm going to close discussion on that motion and ask for a vote. And I'm going to actually ask Lauren to run that instead of me.
Point of process.
Yes.
How can you close discussion on it? There, discussion hasn't even been opened.
On the proposal?
On the motion to waive the bylaws.
All right. There's been a lot of discussion, so I think we're
not on the motion to waive the bylaws.
So there's been, I think, pretty all right, we have a motion to close discussion. And there's a second.
How about a motion to open discussion?
All right, let's vote. So if you're in the chat, type in the chat. So
what are we voting on? Opening the discussion or closing the discussion or
no,
what?
we are voting on waiving the bylaws. So
let's have a discussion about it. Because Barbara just brought it up.
We are voting on closing discussion. No, wait. No. Yeah. Just think Kurt's on his way up here.
I wanted to make one comment, and first is that it was never required for all decisions to be made by consensus. It was removed from the bylaws. It's something I didn't approve. I voted against, but it got approved anyways, whatever. The fact of the matter is that we still use consensus. You come to a coordinating council meeting, we still sorry. At this point, here, we've had some intense discussions about whether to just bypass the bylaws and just do what we want. I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's a bad idea. But I think there comes a time when discussion is discussion. We've heard pros and cons from both sides. And so it makes sense to just vote on it to end the discussion and move on. We have an agenda.
I got other things I'd like to say about it if we're going to vote on it.
Okay. I will give my time to you, Joe Nathan. Obviously, you're against it. That's fine. I'm against it too. But if you want to put your 2 cents worth in, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember when I first got involved with the Wisconsin Green Party, there had been a Facebook takeover of the Milwaukee crew targeting Barbara and authoritarian tactics. And Bill's reply was he agreed with the politics and the reasoning, but not the method. So it's just like, you know, it's very, the Wisconsin Green Party right now is very personality centric because we have very few personalities involved. However, there's some long-term trends I'm starting to really sense, and it's playing out every time. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with power tripping and spurious decision making going on. Exactly this yes, very well illustrates the obvious point that I'm trying to make. So it's like spurious, power tripping ain't what I got involved with the Green Party for. It doesn't seem in line with our pillars or principles, and it's playing itself out again and again and again over the years with Barbara particular and mother.
Excuse
Pat.
me, Joni. Okay, you're done? Because I didn't hear a comment about the pros and cons of bypassing the bylaws.
That
Do you
whole
have a
commentary
specific
was
comment?
exactly about bypassing the bylaws. Spurious, power tripping decisions by a small group of people that are privileged enough to make such a meeting when lots of people are out there in adversity and can't.
Okay, well, I disagree with you, but that's okay. All we're looking for now is we've got pros and cons from both sides. Sooner or later, we have to end discussion. It can't go on indefinitely. So all I'm suggesting is we've heard pros and cons from both sides. Maybe not everybody has said everything they want to say, but let's just vote on this and move on and get it behind us. So the proposal has been made to, bypass the bylaws. I made that proposal. Is there a second? To close discussion. Okay. So we've worked a consensus. I think everybody can agree that we aren't going to achieve consensus that keeps everybody happy. We're going to have to vote on this just to move this meeting on because we have other things we want to do. So I will give it back to facilitator and we can do an online vote count and go on.
So just to be clear, we're voting on the proposal to waive the bylaw. No. To close discussion. All right, we're voting on the proposal to close the discussion. Okay. What are we voting on? We're voting on all right, so we're voting on closing the discussion, or are we? Okay. All right, so a yes vote is for closing discussion, a no vote is for keeping it open. So if you're online, type yes or no into the chat, and then in the room, if you're a yes to closing the discussion, raise your hands. So we got Oh, 14. I was a 4 in the chat say yes. So that is majority. So discussion is closed. Now we are voting to suspend the bylaw to vote on. Then if the bylaw is suspended, then a vote would have to be to yay or nay on this bylaw. Am I clear on what is? Okay. So now next up is the vote to suspend the current bylaw so we can vote in this meeting for this Article 1, Section 7 decision-making bylaw change. All right, so a yes vote is yes, you are voting to suspend the bylaws. A no vote is you do not want the bylaw suspended. So please, if you're online, put in the chat. All right, any yeses in the room, raise your hand. To waive the bylaws. If you're a yes vote, you want the bylaws waived in the room, raise your hand. So we have 8 in the room. How many online?
8 what?
In the room, 8 people voted yes to suspend the bylaws. So if you're So it looks, yep, I'm looking. So it appears no one suspending. Looks like Matt, yes. All right. So if in the room, if you're a no, so there are 8 yeses. So if you're a no on suspending the bylaws, raise your hand. So, there are 7 in the room and oops, 7 no's online. So 14 to 8 bylaws are not suspended. So yes, that is, we were already discussing that. Yeah, so this Article 10.1 will be put off to a later date. So are we gonna? Yeah, maybe. All right. So are we gonna do a short break or go straight to the speaker? Okay, perfect. All right, what are we gonna do? 5-minute break? 5-minute break, and then we will hear from our speaker.
Go for it. Okay. But I don't really need them in front of me. They're more for the benefit of folks. But I also don't need them at all if that's easiest. Or like an email, I can just.
Next, we will be moving on to the speaker after a short break here. We got about another 3 minutes for those of you online.
But I've got the Zoom on here. So then you would just share, then you just share the screen.
Okay, got it. My bad.
So
I
when you go over
misunderstood.
to Zoom, then you just share.
Okay.
All right, I hear the timer going off. Our speaker is just finishing getting logged in and sharing the screen so he can do his presentation. So we got another couple of minutes, but we should be resuming with the speaker shortly. Looks like Dorothy Ann and Dave are our main stalwarts hanging on online. All right, thanks for all of you waiting online. I know breaks are a little more awkward there because you don't know what's going on. All right. Our speaker is just gearing up. He is sharing his screen. Those of you online, can you see the screen? It should be popping up.
Yes.
All right. Oh. All right, we'll give it a minute. All right, those of you online, can you see the presentation? All right. Dorothy Ann, are you able to see the presentation? All right, we got a thumbs up, so I know at least Dorothy Ann can. All right. So we are going to resume here with our, let me get to the, so we have our speaker, Andy Barber. He's the chair of the Power to the People campaign and also the chair to the Milwaukee Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA for short. So I will let him take it away.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Really appreciate it. And thanks again, everybody else, for just letting me be here and present on Power to the People today. I'll say it's very refreshing to see that every organization has heated discussions over, wow, yeah, you have to get really close, don't you? To see how every organization has heated discussions around their bylaws and parliamentary procedure. Super normal. But like Lauren said, my name is Andy. I'm chair of the Power to the People campaign to replace, specifically in Milwaukee, but I want to talk about how this applies everywhere in the state. Specifically in Milwaukee, we're trying to replace We Energies, which is our private electric utility, with a publicly owned municipal utility, and that's the campaign that we're working on. So let's take it to a high level. Why do we care about our public utilities? Why would we want to have a publicly owned utility in the first place? That's a great question. What we like to tell people as we talk about the campaign is, there's many reasons. First and foremost that I like to talk about is that we want to fight climate change. We understand that private utilities in Wisconsin, everywhere in the nation, quite frankly, are motivated by the profit incentive. They want to make as much money as possible for themselves. That comes at the expense of us in just all sorts of ways. Namely that, quite frankly, it's not as profitable for them to produce the green energy that we understand we urgently need to be investing in and putting all of our time and effort into expanding to fight climate change. And so it's literally part of We Energy's climate plan, for instance, to build natural gas plants because they're technically less polluting than coal plants, but we cannot sustain multiple billion-dollar investments in fossil fuels. And if we had an actually publicly owned utility in this way, then we, the people, would have a say over how do we want to generate our infrastructure? What do we want to put our time and energy and investments into? And overwhelmingly, people in Wisconsin, like normal people, not these companies, are going to choose to invest in climate change addressing strategies, right? Other aspects that are very important to the campaign is the fact that by removing this profit motive, which is fundamentally the shift that happens when you transition from an energy utility that's owned privately to one that's owned publicly, you remove that profit motive, that just naturally is going to cause a reduction in the utility bills, because the Public Services Commission, basically the regulator for our utilities here in the state of Wisconsin, dictates that there is some allowance of profit that each of these private utilities is allowed to make that just goes straight into the pockets of their executives, their shareholders, because a lot of these are publicly traded, and it doesn't go back into the infrastructure that's actually keeping our lights on and keeping our homes powered, right? Lowering the utility bills is important. Nationwide, here's a fun statistic. Municipalities that exist in places served by these publicly owned utilities see on average 10 to 15% lower bills than places that are served by privately owned utilities. I can't speak for everywhere in Wisconsin, but in Milwaukee, we're served by We Energies here. We pay 30 to 40% higher rates than places in Wisconsin that are served by public utilities. And it's about 11% of the entire Wisconsin grid that's served by publicly owned utilities, places like Manitowoc, Sheboygan, Sun Prairie. I want to give a particular shout out because they are a local they're a local community city served by a public utility that is the first city in Wisconsin to transition to 100% renewable energy sources, which is incredible. Public utilities, these are the people fighting, Improved utility service is also going to tie into that. And this ultimately comes down to that fact, again, that what is the interest of these privately owned utilities? They want to make as much money for themselves as possible. What's our interest as people who use these services? We want affordable, reliable, sustainable energy. And so those are fundamentally at odds with each other, and it results in basically a poor investment in just the upkeep and use of our own, utility generating infrastructure. So what we see these days is that this is a nationwide average now. Nationwide, places that are served by publicly owned utilities see half as much downtime in their services as places served by privately owned utilities. And we're going to see this number, this disparity increase even more with the effects of climate change, right? Here in Milwaukee and here and abroad, we have seen recently just record flooding, once in 1,000-year historical, weather events that are, majorly impacting the services that we receive from our electric infrastructure, from our, electric utilities. And quite frankly, the way that these private utilities have been bolstering the infrastructure is just insufficient to address these climate catastrophes that we've been seeing, that we're going to continue to experience. And this is not like an impossibility that we can be resilient to these changes. This is a decision that has been made for us, not by us, but for us. And so again, transitioning to a utility which is actually owned and operated by the people who are served by it, we would make decisions about how robust we want our infrastructure to be. And overwhelmingly, what I see is that people want robust infrastructure. And this all kind of lumps together in this kind of final point, which is this is premised on collective decision making, right? So right now it's up to the private utilities to make these decisions for us about rates, about how they want to invest in the creation and distribution of this energy. How we want to serve our marginalized communities, for instance, because a lot of people in Milwaukee specifically, I'm sure all abroad, the people with the highest energy burdens is what they're called. Basically, the percentage of your income that you pay strictly to your electric bill are going to be people in the poorest parts of the city. They have their electricity a lot of the times shut off for the better part of the year because they straight up can't afford to pay the crazy rates, and they can't afford to be they just can't afford to live. And we all know that electricity, power is essential to survival. And so again, that's part of the collective decision making. We can choose to keep people's power on if we want. This is the sort of power that we would have, and we're just not even given the option to even discuss it right now. That's a graphic from the Sierra Club. They gave We Energies an F grading for their addressal of climate change, and they are certainly not alone in the state of Wisconsin. And I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on data centers in particular, which are kind of the hot button issue these days. So we're seeing in a few different places around the state, massive AI data centers are being popped up by Microsoft and other similar large tech companies. And what they're estimating right now is that the two largest data center projects that are currently, I think, being approved are going to consume 53% more energy than the sum total of every home in the state of Wisconsin. This is insane. This is an insane amount of energy that we are just not equipped to address in a sustainable way. And so what is We Energies doing? What are these other private utilities doing? They're constructing multiple billion-dollar natural gas plants to basically sustain only these data centers. They're fossil fuels. They're highly polluting, pieces of industry that we're investing in for a very long period of time. And quite frankly, the data centers themselves are not, they're just not worth it. These are for, AI. These do not provide nearly enough benefit, I would argue, to our local economy, to just society in general, to justify the tremendous amount of pollution and climate catastrophe that we are causing because of them. And another consequence of these data centers as well, and the construction of these natural gas plants, is that local utilities nationwide that are engaging in similar steps are raising rates for people. And they promise up and down, we're not going to raise your rates. We're building these massive pieces of, electric generating natural gas and fossil fuel burning plants for the data centers. They're going to be the ones incurring the cost. But that is just not true. Studies have shown that once these steps are taken, everybody's rates are going to go up. Everybody is going to contribute to this massive, amount of spending that these energy utilities are engaged in. So that's my pitch on why data centers are bad, and we would actually be equipped to support that, to fight them practically if we had a publicly owned utility as opposed to what we have now with our privately owned ones. So, okay, that's a lot about the why, what we're doing. So how can it be done? We have a very unique opportunity here in the state of Wisconsin. In our statutes, what's called Chapter 197, we have a law that basically spells out in surprising detail how an individual municipality could take over their local private utility infrastructure and convert it to a publicly owned and operated infrastructure. And it doesn't require the consent of these private utilities at all. It can purely be done through eminent domain and legal proceedings, which is tremendous because then you don't get bottled down in years and years and years of negotiations with these private utilities. So unique to Wisconsin, I would encourage as many places as possible to consider taking advantage of this and actually looking into the statute. And the Power to the People campaign has been doing just that for the last 2.5 years. So on our website, we have a lot of kind of legal documentation of how this works. But the gist is that, once again, this is only going to apply to an individual municipality, but it begins with a ballot referendum. So it goes to the vote of the electorate. It would basically ask, should the city acquire the private utility infrastructure? Basically, it would give the city the green light to go ahead with the pursuit of taking over the local private infrastructure. Following that, it depends place to place, but most likely there would need to be a legal proceeding that the city engages in to prove that this is for the benefit of the public and for the benefit of the people who live in that area. And then finally, the Public Services Commission, which is the primary regulator of energy utilities in the state of Wisconsin, is going to hold hearings and determine the compensation that the municipality is going to have to pay to the private utility, because unfortunately they can't just get it for free. They can eminent domain it, but they will have to pay for it. The good news is it most likely wouldn't come out of some predetermined budget. It could be paid for by revenue bonds, which are very low interest bonds that basically are paid off slowly over time by the ratepayers of these utilities. And that is a new cost that ratepayers have to pay, but wildly offset by the reduction in you no longer have to pay a profit to these companies, and it's actually an equitable sort of system. That's kind of the 1,000-yard overview of how this legal process works and the mechanism for acquiring a privately owned utility and converting it into a public one. And so talking about what we've been doing in Milwaukee is, I think, going to be a really good template for any other areas in Wisconsin that are interested in kind of picking this up and running with it, because it's been wildly successful, in our opinion. A very salient issue that a lot of people can connect with. And, I unfortunately, again, it can only be kind of municipality to municipality, but I want to see this fight taken up all over the state of Wisconsin. And I'm so happy that the Green Party has been, such a important part of that piece. Shout out to Mike McAllister and Barb Eisenberg here for being such dedicated parts of our coalition. But the strategy has been, by and large, to petition city leaders to support the use of Chapter 197. So we actually have copies of the petitions back there on the table. Thank you, Barb, for bringing those out. But basically, we want to demonstrate the overwhelming community support that exists for this initiative. And we've launched hundreds of canvases. We've been canvassing almost every single week for over 2.5 years now on the issue. Basically showing that, like, hey, thousands and thousands of constituents in this city support a publicly owned grid, and you should too. And if they don't, then this campaign has supported candidates in the past who've run on the issue in city government, because ultimately that's what it's going to take. We need people in our city governments to support the publicization, the municipalization of these private energy grids. And so anywhere that we can either pressure city leaders to take up the issue or run people, like Josh Anderson did, on taking up the issue is how this campaign is going to succeed. And so there is a huge emphasis on organizing here that our campaign practices in Milwaukee as well, because just being a single issue is fine, and people will connect with it, and people will, you know, sign on to the petition. But it is really important, in our opinion, that we continue to tie like this specific issue of, you know, public ownership of public utilities to broader issues. Like it's all because, you know, public ownership of public utilities. What's next? Public ownership of, you know, our streets, yeah, our healthcare, our say it again, our police, our internet utilities. You know, everything should be collectively owned. We should have stake in all aspects of our economy and our social spheres, right? And so when we call people up who sign our petitions, we're not just inviting them to speak at you know, town halls and hearings, but we want them to find other ways to continue to get engaged in this sort of community work to push forward a movement of working class people fighting for the betterment in all aspects of, you know, our economy. And we want them to be organizers as well, because the people sitting in this room, we're organizers. We're doing the work. We need everybody to do the work. And so this is an important way that we in Milwaukee have found it to plug people into a specific issue and then get them, you know, running further than that and imagining bigger while still, you know, fighting for public ownership of public utilities. And so as far as the specific campaign actions that we've been taking in Milwaukee, like I mentioned, canvassing, phone banking, the actual conversations with people, just normal people anywhere, you know, not discriminating based on, you know, Democrat, Republican, whatever, about the issue has been critically important to us. So we go everywhere. We go to supermarkets, we go to bars, we go to beer gardens, we go just up and down streets, and we just have conversations, and we collect petition signatures. We've garnered over 13,000 signed petitions so far, which is tremendous. It's an issue that resonates not just with, you know, wealthier people on the east side or on Bayview, but people on the north side. You know, black and brown communities, they feel it in their bills. They feel a deep-seated hatred in Milwaukee, at least, toward We Energies in a way that we didn't really expect when we took on the campaign. And I suspect people elsewhere in Wisconsin feel very similarly about their private utilities if you know, sit down and have conversations with them about it. You know, we have public events constantly to educate people about the issue and about the type of things that we're fighting for and advocating for. Because ultimately, what this is going to come down to is not just a sympathetic city government to fight on this issue, but a sympathetic broader community to fight on this issue. Because most likely, what's going to happen is as soon as this begins to be more taken up by the city, in whichever city, the private utility is going to fight back, and they're going to fight back very, very hard. They're going to spend a tremendous amount of money. They're going to form their own coalitions, and so it's important that the people in these areas be educated and prepared on the issue so that they can fight back and, you know, understand what's to come. One instance I'll point to is that Maine, about a year or so ago, had a ballot referendum to municipalize. To publicly own their entire statewide grid, which is an incredible undertaking that it made it that far. And their private utilities in the state banded together and spent about $8 million to squash the whole thing. They got it from us. They stole it right from us. That's a great question. Yes. And so we need to be prepared for fights like that. That's, you know, obviously a negative instance, but there are successes all over. This is one of the more common types of you know, campaigns that we see on issues around just the country. All over the place, people are engaged in these sorts of public power fights for similar reasons, and they do it the hard way. They do it with the intention of negotiating a price with their private utilities a lot of the time. And we should really be taking advantage of the fact that we don't need their consent at all in this process. We just need the political will of the city and the people who live in the community. So our coalition here in Milwaukee is a DSA led one, which we're very proud of, but Again, couldn't do it without the support of our coalition partners like the Green Party. You all do incredible work. We also have other coalition partners like the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, our local teachers union, labor power, union power, also going to be critical to the success, right? And so once again, just tremendous successes that we've encountered in the campaign. We've elected folks to the Common Council in the city on the issue, and we intend to pressure and elect even more. We've engaged hundreds of volunteers into this campaign who otherwise might not have been interested in this sort of work, but it's such a specific, salient issue. I think people find a lot of common ground with the work that we're doing. Yeah, so the question for those on Zoom was how many aldermen, this is perfect because let's go on to questions, was how many people, aldermen in the city, are open and willing to work with the campaign. I'll say that about 2 years ago, flat zero, 000. Right now, we have one sort of champion, we'll call it, who's public and vocal on the issue. We have about 3 to 4 more who are privately in support. I don't think that's good enough. We're looking for public support. And quite frankly, we're looking ahead to 2028, which is when the next round of elections take place to re-elect every alderperson on Milwaukee Common Council. And so we're looking to really complete some pressure and rustle up some more candidates by then.
Did my question show up on chat?
Sorry, yes, it showed up in chat. We've got an in-room question. I will repeat it once it's finished. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. The question was, when the utility is made public, will we improve the job conditions of We Energies employees? That's critically important to the work that we're doing, because we have an issue with management, but the workers who are actually keeping our lights on and maintaining our power grids, they're critically important. Most of them are unionized with IBEW, the local electrical workers union. And so we want to do whatever we can to protect and bolster their job opportunities. We want to protect those pensions as they become workers of this public utility. And another consideration too is Wisconsin Act 10 does prevent city workers or municipal workers from doing collective bargaining with like public institutions, but there's ways around that. Like our bus system in Milwaukee basically operates in a way that the buses are public infrastructure and the city owns the buses, but all the workers are in a private nonprofit space. And so they can still use that to collectively bargain with the city because they're not technically city workers. And so as long as we have Act 10, that's probably what the relationship would end up looking like to protect all of the collective bargaining rights that We Energies workers enjoy right now. Yeah. Is there any form of transition resources for community members whom are invested in private utilities? Some members of the community are capitalistically invested in local private energy corp. Do you have to bribe your rich private corp neighbors? So the question, I guess, what that looks like is when the city, buys out the infrastructure from We Energies, it's buying it from the shareholders who own stock in WEC as well. So they would get recouped in that sort of way. As far as it sounds like, do we have a plan to convince them? I think any of the points that we've kind of made here, if they don't convince them, then so be it. We're not going to be bribing anybody. Yeah. So the question was, how logistically is the city going to pull off management of this publicly owned utility? Yeah, and the question is, do we have to buy all the infrastructure? Yeah, that's correct. Our estimates from the models that we put together are that in total for the infrastructure within Milwaukee, the city would have to pay through these revenue bonds about $1 billion, maybe $1.3 billion. Estimate, we're not going to fully know until the Public Services Commission rules on a number. But as far as the management question goes, I mean, that's a great question. The city would have to basically put together a board that's going to oversee this publicly owned utility. It might go, underneath, some existing agency like the Department of Public Works. I'm not sure exactly the mechanism for that, but the city would be responsible for basically putting together this management team to oversee the publicly owned utility. That would be a political. The question was, does the existing management stay in place? I'll say that's a political decision that the city would have to make. It's not really set in stone. It's ultimately up to whatever city leaders want to do. I would strongly advocate for probably new management altogether. Yeah, so 2 points about the LA grid. Yes, the entire LA grid is publicly owned. Big cities can do this too. LA, Seattle, Memphis, tremendously large portions of the country are already owned, are already existing under publicly owned utilities, which are super cool. And then the second question was, or the second point was about Oconomowoc. Yeah, yeah. So Oconomowoc operates by having a municipal grid, but then they buy they buy the energy itself from the wholesale market, largely through co-ops. And truth be told, that's probably how it would start, similarly in Milwaukee as well. And that's where we would see a lot of the rate savings in that we're reducing the profits obtained by the distribution of the energy throughout the city, but we don't have much in the way of energy generating infrastructure within the city itself. There are avenues that the city would be able to negotiate, the purchasing of some of this generating infrastructure, but it's totally possible that to start at least, the city would just own the power lines itself and the distribution network for the most part. That's a good question. Yeah, so first question was about, just for those on Zoom, how much of your bill is related to these, like, yeah, grid maintenance. That's a good question. I don't have the exact figure, but I do know for a fact that people who do have solar energy in Milwaukee, at least, when you generate the solar, you sell it to the grid at a wholesale rate, but then you have to buy it back at a retail rate, and that's so you don't dip into We Energy's precious profit margin. As far as the idea of starting a co-op, are you proposing that like instead of this pursuit? Mm-hmm. I think that could be a strong parallel effort. I think that's independent enough, but very much in the same vein of what I see as a successful, way to combat climate change. Right. Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm sorry. The idea was to basically create a co-op for electricity generation through solar cell means, basically. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, this way you don't have to repeat. For those, this Michael White again. I actually moved out into the country in 2015, and then in 2019, I became a farmer. I planted 52 solar panels. So where I live in the cooperative municipal utility, I produce more power most of the time than I use, and they buy it from me at a retail rate, not a wholesale rate. But and that's unusual. There's some of the smaller utilities will do that, whereas the big ones, they've got the power to not do it. But one of the things that is the case is I still have to pay for maintenance of the grid. And that makes sense because the grid is there in the times when my solar panels don't produce enough energy. It is also the case that I live with there's a locally owned municipal utility and they buy their power from other places. We still have power failures. Yes, I think that the municipal grids and the local people do a better job of taking care of it and are more prudent than the larger ones. But I want to echo what Curtis suggested as a potential mechanism to help move you along. I have some experience with the state laws because I had to rezone part of my property to put up the grid in the first place and had to learn about some of the rules. In various places around the state, if you produce more than 40 kilowatts, you are by definition a utility. And they regulate you differently. In the utility where I live, in the utility that I get my power from, their number is actually about 25 kilowatts. That the rules of what they pay and how they manage me are different. So the suggestion is forming a co-op, buying some land and putting up solar panels as a mechanism to start the process as a demonstration project to the city is actually something that's workable. You need to start with small steps. You have the wherewithal, you have the people, you may be able to find enough people willing to fund it that it could go forward. But otherwise, I just really want to thank you for everything you've been saying.
No, thank you so much. Any other questions from anybody? Any chance you want to come up to the mic?
I just wanted to make a comment that
just I wanted to make a comment that as of the 1st of this month, our utility bills are going to be tax exempt. So I don't know if anybody heard about
I wasn't aware of that either. That starting the 1st of this month, utility bills are tax exempt. Okay. Well, any last questions or comments? Well, thank you all so much for having me here. Please feel free to swing by and talk to me at any point. I'd love to give out my number. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While he was talking, got a merch idea. Picture this green hat, and on it says MEGA, MEGA, for Make Eminent Domain Great Again. And then once we win, then you just change it to Make Energy Green Again. So there we go. We even got a merch idea. We might get sued for copyright infringement by. All right. So moving on, so we can keep it moving here, hopefully get back on track. We got and on time we got committee reports, communications. Do we have any updates from communications?
We don't have too much to report. The main effort has been the newsletter, and I have to, really give a big shout out to Dorothy for really taking the lead on that. But yeah, not too much else to report right now. Pass.
Awesome. We have a point of order in the room. Michael's coming up.
To be clear, as I understand our bylaws, and I would be happily corrected if I'm wrong, we did not take up the second issue on the bylaws. And so based on comments that were made at the time, I think that's being deferred till another meeting. I would argue that there wasn't any opportunity to discuss that at this meeting. While there has been some opportunity to discuss it online, I think that the in-person meetings are still important. So that, unfortunately, it's my understanding, is tabled until the next meeting. The second element of the bylaws, proposed amendment. Unless we find an opportunity to discuss it here, we moved on to other things. And if we're done with the other things and we come back to it, then potentially. But procedurally, it's my understanding that we have moved on, and that's tabled until we can discuss it, which I don't think will happen today. That's what I'm asking for clarification on. Not that I'm aware of, which is one of the reasons that I'm up here. There was a statement that it was going to be tabled, but there's been no motion. I'm not sure that we can table it without a motion. Yeah. So by point of order, although we started to move there, I would suggest that I'm looking at the fact that we've got, another hour and a half max? We have to be out of here at 5, including cleanup. So we've got about an hour. We have other things on the agenda to talk about. And I will ask for a motion to table that until it can be given more time to discuss at the next meeting. It's been moved. Any seconds? It's been moved in second. Kurt and Dave, both. Lauren was the one who, thank you for the minute, for the record. Yeah, Lauren made it. Is there any discussion about the proposal to table discussion on the second bylaws amendment before we vote on tabling it? Come up to the mic, yeah.
That, we keep the committee reports pretty short and, announcements short and get back to that, because it's we've been discussing it for like a year, or like it's come back for a year. Yeah, so do our reports and get back to it.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I was at the fall gathering last year, and I know because Dorothy Ann was online and I was in person that, we were all able to kind of, the people in the room and in good positive feelings, because we were able to kind of have, as we were cleaning up, a little debrief, but the people online got cut off in the midst of a heated discussion. I don't know personally that I emotionally want to end the meeting on a heated discussion, so I would be in favor of tabling it, but that's my putting my 2 cents in the world. Pass or whatever.
Comment in the chat from Kingfisher, vote on tabling. Is there any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, the vote on the floor is to table discussion of the Second Amendment until we have time to discuss it, which I believe will be at the next meeting. Therefore, a vote yes is a vote to table, and a vote no is not to table, but to go back to it. And I'm going to ask somebody else to count the votes. All in favor of tabling the motion until the next meeting, raise your hands. I'll ask Lauren to count. There's no votes no that I see. And the proposal is, can we qualify a place to clarify a place to discuss it online? I think that's a reasonable proposal that we will have to take up. I would say that the motion to table it has carried. It is my determination as the co-chair currently moderating that the motion has carried, and therefore we are tabling that. And I will turn it back over to Lauren to run the next few little bits.
All right. Yes, a vote to table, and then that's and this is just me doing a point of order. So Dorothy Ann's suggestion online was, can we clarify a place to discuss online? So potentially it wouldn't have to wait to the next meeting. Is that something the CC could like discuss and facilitate? Okay. There's already a discussion place. Okay, so it sounds like there's already a discussion place online, and maybe the CC can maybe push that out there so every member is aware and has ability to comment. Okay, so just to clear, we have tabled the discussing the second bylaw to a future date, right? So we are moving on. So we heard from a communications committee. IT committee, any representatives IT committee have any report they want to give the crowd? Curtis, are you IT committee? All right.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm not really prepared. Here we go. I'm not going to touch it this time. Okay. But Curtis and I have been meeting as a rule, twice a month and along, so we do like a steering committee meeting and then the IT committee meeting. And we work to get the discussion group set up, and that's going. There is a minor issue I'd like to make a motion at a certain point, not here, but to not moderate. There's people that are being moderated, which is not an issue because no one's posting to discussion. I don't really understand. We did announce the all members have access to a Google group, So things like the bylaws can be discussed there. And Rita did, I believe, post the bylaws there. I know we need to promote that. But things, we get it's a very detail oriented thing. So IT focuses on things. We did get involved in the innards of OPA vote, and some of this stuff overlaps into bylaws. And so we've partially worked to get the election set up. We're going to be coordinating, but as a rule, it's an area where unfortunately I don't have a high level summary of what we're doing because I'm very detail oriented. Yeah, so I'm going to stop. But yeah, it's very important. I would say collaboration. I want to enable people to collaborate. We've tried in the past Discord. There's Matrix. There's Google Groups. One of the firm things that I want is that membership knows what's going on. And I think this is off topic, but I think it's very important to get the minutes out to membership after the coordinating council. The coordinating council has their meetings. I have not been in the coordinating council meetings, and so I don't know what's going on because I'm not getting. And so they could email that out to our discussion group. All members would see the minutes. Thanks.
So just clarification, it just sounds like the IT committee is working on maybe trying to publish and then promote, so the members at large who are maybe not used to using some of these Google Group discussions can feel more included in being able to. So yeah, so maybe we can either have a little training or even just maybe, I know at work we do things that they call QRGs or quick resource guides, where oftentimes they're like a document that has some screenshots and stuff to help kind of demystify some of this stuff. So yeah, maybe that's something the CC could, have a, I don't know, we could have a committee or group or somebody look into that. But thanks for working on that, Tom. And then membership, are you representing membership? All right.
Yeah, and that's good because I'm going to keep mine short. I think one thing that the membership committee has been working on is getting more local chapters done. That was something that Joss had suggested, and I think Barb and Rita have been doing a very good job of running with that idea. So I got to give them a lot of kudos for that. Yeah, there was another thing, but I forgot. So why don't you jump in here, Barb, and I'll remember it. Rita.
All right, so we have 68 members, not 64. We have 68 dues paying members, and 18 of them are sustainers. And actually 69, Joyce Elwinger renewed her membership, who was not on the list. Yes, Joyce is here. David, yeah. So David is new, but he's part of the 68. David is new. Gerald Schneider, who is also he came on later online. So thank you and welcome, Gerald, for being with us today. And Neil Rowell, who's in Green Bay. Those are the new members. And Tom Ward in Plymouth, I mentioned him earlier. He is leading the Boy Scout troop today. He is in Plymouth, Wisconsin, and he renewed his membership after a few years. So.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you for giving me time to remember. Yeah, the other thing is we are trying to increase the diversity of our membership. And we've got Chester Todd trying to work with that as well. So hopefully we'll see some people with some different skin tone.
All right. Thank you, membership committee. And lastly, elections. Anyone on for elections committee that has anything to report? I know we had kind of heard from a lot of them earlier. That was Pete. Okay. So we already heard that. Pete already gave report on that earlier. All right. So that moves us to, getting back on track here. Announcements. Any general announcements? Anyone online have anything to announce? Maybe Dorothy, can you when are you anticipating the next newsletter going out? That might be a good thing to announce.
So I'm going to write up a blurb about what's been discussed in the meeting today, and then I will hopefully have it to the printer probably by the end of next week, we'll be honest. And then while that's at the printer, I'll be addressing and stamping. So hopefully I'm shooting for the beginning of next week to have that out.
Okay. So within the next couple of weeks, they should be hitting the post office to start heading your way. So, all right. Any other announcements? Anyone else online while I'm looking at the screen? All right. Anybody in the room? Any announcements? All right. Rita's got a couple.
Okay, one is that I'm hoping that our next meeting is up in Oshkosh because we have Matthew Arndt is interested in perhaps running for Congress in the 6th district, which would be awesome. He lives in Cedarburg. He was going to try to get here today or to at least be online. He's got 2 little kids. But anyway, he is interested in doing that. And so the 6th district includes Oshkosh and Fond du Lac. So this is for Congress, yes. And at the same time, Green Bay, up in that area, Green Bay is trying, the alderman up in Green Bay is trying to pass a rights of nature ordinance for protection of the Fox River watershed. And at the same time, the Wisconsin legislature is trying to, or 2 representatives are trying to pass a bill that would not allow any, that would ban any rights of nature ordinances throughout the state. So that is something that I've been listening to because I go to Rights of Nature meeting. And so that's something that I've been trying to pass along to the Fox Valley Greens that are trying to get set up as a local. In here in Milwaukee, we are in collaboration and coalition with Wisdom, which has a demonstration on the 23rd of every month at 11 a.m. down at the Milwaukee Secure Detention Facility to highlight the fact that all the people who are detained there, and they may not be guilty of a crime, they're just detained there, have to stay in lockup 23 out of 24 hours. And so we go there on the 23rd of every month. Now this month it'll be on a work day, but next month it'll be on a Sunday. And we have these cards, they're over at our table, that highlights this issue, and it's just something that you should be aware of. That Wisdom is also, this is something statewide, Wisdom is also trying to petition the legislature to allow people who have served their time in prison, they're out of prison, to be allowed to vote, because you can't do that in Wisconsin until you've paid all of your restitution, you're not on parole, you're not on any sort of surveillance at all. And so that is something that it's a petition to free the vote. It's so the people that, because they could be on a parole for 30 years after they've been out of prison and they never can vote again, so it's something that I think is really important, and they just need to be represented. Right.
All right. Any other announcements? All right. I think we can keep clipping along. We can discuss strategy, and I don't think anyone would be either online or in the room would be disappointed if we even wrapped up slightly ahead of time so we can clean up. And I know a lot of us either have driving and cleanup and everything else, but discussing strategy might take the rest of the time as well. So it's our next on our agenda is 2026 strategy. So anybody have any strategy ideas for how we can be more, whatever this is, more of it? Michael White.
One of the biggest changes the last few years is we've had more notice. I don't like the fact that we got more notice in the public by being a target. So I'm talking about the lawsuits of 2024 and all the election crap. What did not happen was printing up letters from Greens in the newspapers. And you can argue that people are not reading newspapers, but I would tell you, at least in La Crosse, and I can't speak for Milwaukee, that letters to the editor, particularly during the election season, do get printed, do get commented on, do get paid attention. I would, thank you for closing the door back there. I would argue that the CC and the communications committee and the elections committee should formulate a coordinated plan for how we can start to put our message out there, and that every member in this room and every member online should make a point of sending in a letter to a news organization at least once a month. We have people that are going to be candidates. We have people that are speaking, like in the committee that Barb Dahlgren was on, that I'm forgetting the name of the committee right now. No, not the Garden Committee, the statewide conservation Congress. Yeah. Yeah, but you know, for example, a lot of people don't know what you do. I think that the issue is to write letters and get the word out there. I will tell you that when we invited an attorney to speak at our last meeting, it got attention at the national level, and the National Committee of the Green Party and in other states. I don't know what's going to get attention for negative things and be on the defensive, but I'd rather to get that kind of attention than no attention. When I ran for governor, I decided not to make a point of releasing the information that my treasurer from my campaign came from Russia. I figured it would have I figured it would have attracted some attention. I think that was a mistake, because people at least would have known I was running. But to talk about the election is important because our strategy needs to be getting votes. Our number one candidate who can get votes right now is the one who's going to run for treasurer. Not to denigrate anybody else's campaign. I said treasurer. Thank you for treasurer. When I ran in 2018 for governor, I got 11,000 votes. Now, I don't think I got 11,000 votes because of the success of my campaigning and the few discussion groups nothing was on. I think there were 11,000 people who just, I'm tired of all those assholes. I'll vote for this guy. Of note, in 2024, Jill Stein did not get many more votes than I did for my senatorial campaign, or for my governor campaign. So I have the feeling that we're not getting as much notice as we could, and I would advocate that that ought to be our number one in our strategy. Number two is the national committee, the national meeting of the Green Party in Chicago needs to be at the top of our list. And with that, I'll shut up. I've talked too long.
Well, thank you, Michael. I do follow like politics a lot, so I have been studying the other two parties. So I think if we just tap into our big pool of dark money and we buy up a bunch of media site, we just need to find our green grassroots billionaire mega donors to just buy up a bunch of, no, I'm kidding. That's a terrible idea. And does the Green Party have any eccentric billionaires? I really doubt it. So, all right. So that takes that off the table. Yeah, but I like that. And I definitely think like even our newsletter, you know, as we can, you know, start increasing distribution, and even internally, I think having a place of discussion you know, where we can have some of these debates and we can have some of these connection, and you know, that can be in a, you know, more of a public forum, kind of like in the days of old, back when now that everything is so online, makes it very easy to distribute, but it also makes it very easy where there just be all this slop and other noise. Whereas, like, you know, in the newsletter, you can have debates back and forth between like articles and stuff like that, kind of back in the founding fathers' day, where they like kind of debated back and forth in the paper. And that could be a forum where we're having some of these like philosophical and background. So I think, and it would create content for Dorothy Ann to be able to have, you know, print and stuff as well. So I like those ideas. Anyone else have any strategy? I know Barb has strategy. There's no way Barb doesn't have strategy.
Hi. So one of the things that I think that we should be doing in rooms like this is to be adopting the kinds of techniques that are used in the state legislature, in the Conservation Congress. Most people who come in here think that they're going to be using Robert's Rules of Order, and it's just kind of been a free-for-all for the most part for all the time that I've been here. And sometimes we use it and sometimes we don't. And I think procedurally, we probably should just use Robert's rules because that's what everybody else in the country uses. And if you're going to run for office, you need to know how to use Robert's Rules of Order anyway. I had to use it on the Conservation Congress, and you know, it's just a procedural thing. It doesn't need to be like written into the bylaws that we just, you know, act this way in the meetings. Like everybody kind of just assumes that we would when you're going into a political organization. So that's something that we could do to improve is practice using that and also practice speaking. We could put on our own little town halls where our candidates are going to be speaking. There's a lot of now green friendly media, not just like other green parties around the country, but if you've ever heard of Revolutionary Blackout Network, they're very friendly to Greens. They're national. There's a lot. There's Kit Cabello in Chicago with Hard Lens Media is pretty friendly to Greens. There's quite a few around. And then there's ones that don't really care partisan or not, but you know, we have like some radio connections that we know people who work in the media a little bit. We should be asking to really capitalize on those resources, especially for our candidates who are, you know, we want to make sure that we're supporting them in that way. And really, I kind of want to make a comment about being the old boys club. So I apologize if I've made anybody feel like so unsafe that they can't be in the meeting. But I just wanted to let people know that I'm not going to, you know, harm anybody. And I'm not, I didn't mean to be in the old boys club if that's how people felt. But I was the person that was singled out there. So I just wanted to make that comment. But we have a lot of great things that we can get done, and I'll pass.
So really quick follow-up. You mentioned Robert's Rules, Barbara. Would you or somebody, so I'm speaking for myself, not everyone is super familiar and comfortable with Robert's Rules. So maybe could somebody do up a little like Robert's Rules tutorial for to go out and maybe obviously not this next newsletter, but maybe the spring, or would that be the winter newsletter? Okay. Do you think you could find that and send it, and then we could, you know, we could probably make sure it gets formatted, and then because that, I think that would be really helpful because some of us are coming a little blind. I know me as facilitator, I'm trying to, and you're hearing all these opinions, and you're like, I don't know the procedurally how to handle this. So that would be, I think, be helpful for everyone, I think. And then assuming good intent. All right. So I heard Dorothy Ann is on stack.
Thanks. I was curious about, I know it's been discussed in the past about updating our website. And I think that that would be really key going forward. I know that there is a lot going on with that. We're trying to develop our own website with the driftless greens, and it's a lot of time and effort. But I just wondered if there was any forward motion on that, as well as any possibility that that would also facilitate a discussion forum where members could discuss these things. And I was just curious, no pressure, but I was just curious where we stood with that.
Do you mean content or the way it looks or both?
For accessibility as well, I know that there's been issues with accessing it. And so there was a discussion about either updating the website or also creating a new one. And I think that focusing our attention on the website would be very key for our 2026 strategy, because that is how people find us. And I think that we can make a lot of connections, even with other groups that are doing things across the state, such as Wisdom, if we put those on our website and connect it.
Okay, and then I do know I know from being on CC meeting discussions, I know that is something that the IT committee is actively working on. Obviously limited manpower, and I have, certainly seen tweaks, but yeah, I would agree. Website. Let's see. Looking online, somebody scroll back up on the comments to Joe Nathan's. Joe Nathan had one on the chat here. Are you able to? Yep. So Tom said we have a YouTube channel. We can share out what's MG manager rights. Okay. And then, okay, Joe Nathan said a good video camera, video editing access would be great, so we could make our own media products. And then Tom commented to that, we have a YouTube channel. Yeah. So if anybody has any creative, wants to like produce videos, I'm sure contact the CC and we can get you in touch with the people to help make sure those are like vetted and then posted in a good way. I don't think it's a lack of willingness to do that. I think it's a lack of manpower and expertise. Oh, good. Somebody said they can provide expertise. Thank you, Jim O'Neill. Do you have accessibility expertise? Are you talking specifically about YouTube? And then, yeah, Tom can also provide. All right. And then Tom, you're on stack.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm part of the old greens, maybe. I guess I'm one of the old greens. Anyhow, do you want to time me? Okay, and can we consensus on 4 minutes? Is that a reasonable amount of time? I never heard 3. All right. Anyhow, okay, time me. Okay. So I see I'm in a number of other groups. Like I said, I'm in like at least 5 Zooms. I'm going to be meeting after this meeting in another one. It comes down to hard work. If you want to get something done, you got to work. You got to meet and you got to work, and the work gets done in committees. So we have, smaller groups. We have the outreach committee, the platform committee, the communication committee, and the IT committee. And so those are the ways that things, that we're going to make change. And of course, I left out the most important one, which is the elections committee. The other thing is, if membership does not know what the heck is going on in between these membership meetings, I mean, it's crazy. So we need to not be this top-down thing. We need to share the information with membership and keep them in the loop. And so that discussion group should be used after every CC meeting. The minutes should go out, and maybe if someone could do a summary. All right, so that's part of transparency. And I think, again, just kind of repeating, we need a timekeeper. We need a facilitator to run the meeting. We need a chair of the meeting. The facilitator looks at the agenda, walks us through the agenda. The chair coordinates everything. The timekeeper in a Zoom meeting can do a stopwatch, and they can hold the stopwatch up to the camera to give a person like a minute. It works. I've done it. It works. You hold it up to the camera. So at the 3-minute point, they get. Do I have a 1 minute? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I have a timekeeper right here who's going to warn me when I'm done. All right. The other thing is check-ins. We should go around the room and hear. We've got new people here. Let's go around the room. Let's hear something from membership. And the speakers are like, it was a fantastic speaker, but this is a membership meeting. So thank you.
Michael White again. One of the things that I was president of the County Medical Society of La Crosse before moving to take on some state roles. And my successor and I started something. If you visit La Crosse County Medical Society, it'll either be County Medical Society or just La Crosse Medical Society. There's a new website that was just created, still being developed, but it's got a reasonably good look and feel. And frankly, it's better than the State Medical Society. We got a student intern to do it for us. It was $2,500. That was the cost. If you look at driftlessgreens.org, the content needs a lot of updating. But again, that's something we did on our side of the state, put up a new web page, and it looks and feels, personal opinion, strictly personal opinion, it looks and feels a lot more friendly than our state party website. So the potential is there, but it will cost money. And exactly as Tom says, it's going to require a lot of work on one or more multiple people's part. The problem is one of finding consensus about what can go on there, et cetera. But I want to echo what Dorothy said about that's one of our best tools moving forward, is to spend the time and the energy and the money to do that. There are other things that have been talked about strategy-wise, including nation builder versus other kinds of sources. We don't have time to go into that. And I think that we have a lot of room to move forward. I would argue that we may want to consider another meeting even before the spring gathering, or other ways to pull people together, either at a regional meeting or a statewide meeting, because if we only meet once more before in the middle of election season, that's not enough. And with that, I'll pass.
You're on Stacker. Yeah, and then you're on Stack. All right. Just real quick, I just let everyone know I did email the sent an email to the CC as a reminder to maybe have the CC talk about a little work group or something to create some sort of like tutorial on how to use like our Google groups and discussions, because there's some of these things that are already set up that I just don't think people know how to use very well. So I just say everyone knows to close loop. I did send that to the CC to continue working on. So who is up next? Was Barbara? Oh.
There is a timer function available in Zoom, but I think it's at an added cost. I'm not sure about, but I've used it before.
Yeah, I just one strategy that I'm thinking of is that we have several candidates, and if we have them put in their platform things that they're interested in promoting, like for instance, I'm thinking like with you, Rob, talking about being against legislation that would not allow ordinances having to do with rights of nature. You know what I mean? So if we use you know, the information from our coalition partners, and we're promoting their issue as well as promoting the Green Party at the same time, I think that we will draw more interest and more supporters. So like for instance, some of the wisdom, like closing the Green Bay detentional facility. They've been wanting to do that for a long time. Everybody's been wanting to do that for a long time. It's a terrible place. And not building another prison, but you know, stopping a crimeless revocation, which is basically if you get a ticket or something, then you have to go in and do your whole prison time instead of be out on parole and be with your family and have your job and everything. So this is what they're also talking about. So these things that we could weave into the campaigns that are already existing, bring in our coalition partners, their issues as well, and promote the Green Party.
and Barb Eisenberg, I believe.
I just thought a good way for people to, is that better? Okay. One, a simple way for people to get the word out and just let people know that we exist, because I think there's still a lot of people that don't know that, is just to mention that we have, mention a candidate, mention Pete Karras's name, keep saying the names. People need to hear the names, they become familiar. Then when they start hearing about them, it's not a strange thing. We have a candidate for governor, Jill Ferguson. I'm going to put my sign out. She had a opening of her campaign. Well, it was like a year ago. She's got a great website. I was just looking for. She's a badass grandma for governor. She's very cool. She's very passionate about protecting water, and especially about the line 5 up north, getting that shut down. So I'm excited about that. Just keep talking about our candidates. People think we're not doing anything because they don't hear about us running candidates. I think that's really important. Pass. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Oh, I also thought of one other thing. Would it be, I don't know if there's any copyright issues to with like Robert's rules, but maybe possible suggestion is have like actual little like Robert's rules like listed on the website. So when people are looking at our website, they can be like, this is the format we use to facilitate. Just throwing that out there as an idea. I don't know how hard that would be. That IT committee might be like, that's insane, but all right. Anybody else have anything they want to throw out there for strategy? I love the ideas we're getting. For web-based content. Oh, okay. Jim was following up on my question for web-based content, and can you scroll up a little bit? I see a comment just popped up. Yeah, no. Comment just popped. Oh, down. Oh, a little more. Oh, how is? We can only see like. Oh, can you maybe? So thanks, Jim O'Neill, for commenting. He said he has some expertise in web-based content and desktop documents. And then Tom Rodman said, if you're a member and are not on our WIGP general discussion group at googlegroups.com, then let us know in the chat. We do update the list periodically. Posting there is members in good standing can post to the Google group. So that could be different issues, different things. For instance, I believe these bylaws are already on there available for comment, but also things in the future. As people get more comfortable using those kind of tools, we could offload some of that, like, so everything's not having to be done as in the moment. People can process a little more. Those could be useful tools. So there is a mechanism. I think it's just getting more people comfortable with the mechanics of that. All right. Anybody else? All right. We got, remind me of your name. David. David is on his way up. And while he's coming up, Joe Nathan said, I don't mind using Robert's rules as informal etiquette, though it should be clear that we have not formally adopted Robert's rules yet. Please confirm. You are correct, and I don't know if they're not necessarily my understanding, the little I know of Robert's rules, they're not necessarily formal laws. They're just kind of guidelines to help kind of create an atmosphere of fair discussion. So, but it's not like a legalistic thing that you're like getting too in the weeds. Am I wrong in that? Or well, I guess like you can make it as like it's it's not non-legalistic, but I mean they're not designed to like to be right. Yeah. So that makes sense. All right. So what Barb just clarified, when you say point of order, you're supposed to then refer to the Roberts rules. What's next? So that's, and you need to make it clear that you're using Roberts rules. So yeah, I think there's definitely some room for growth on that. So all right. So sorry, one more time. It was David. David is up next. Oh yes, new member David.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy, for your demonstration. That was really great. I really appreciate that. I don't know the proper channels yet. I need to get in that discussion group, but I do have some web experience. So if we need to adjust websites and don't want to pay, that's an option because I like saving money even for the party. As far as strategy is concerned, the thing I don't know, I just kind of want to say something more uplifting because some of the stuff today wasn't as fun as I was hoping it was gonna be. But like the bumper sticker that I saw that I really appreciate is we can have an awesome future or we could have billionaires. We can't have both. And that's like one of the main reasons I'm trying to get into politics because that needs to stop. And that's the strategy that I want to imply when I'm going around and shaking hands and explaining to people that, hey, like the Democrats and Republicans haven't done anything for us. The Green Party, we can do something. We're not owned by these billionaires. Like the local politicians, yes, they are. Some of them are good because most of the federal ones are owned, in my opinion. But like, we need to take these steps now so that we can get into those federal positions and we can take over and not allow this to happen anymore. And so I'm just really passionate about that and just wanted to give that my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think somebody just talked themselves onto the IT committee. All right. And then fun is better. Yes, I agree with you, Bill. And then reading the comments here, Tom Rodman said, I'm available to train people on Wisconsin Green Party Nation Builder. What's CRM? Customer. Okay. So customer resource management. So if anyone wants to get training on a Nation Builder, you can reach out to Tom. We also need an onboarding process where trained Nation Builder people get increased permissions. Naturally, you just don't want to turn over all your resources to people who don't know what they're doing or might, oh, we lost the comment, scrolled. Let's see, we also need an onboarding process. Nation Builder provides ways to build membership to reach out to prospects and members via mail blast, blog entries, and web pages. So yes, there are resources if you are interested in being part of that initiative. I would say who are because that's under the purview of the IT committee, right? So that would be Tom Rodman, just for clarification, if anyone's wanting to, what is it? Tom Rodman, Kurt, is it, or IT, Rita, and who else? Mike McAllister? No, Mike, which Mike? Michael White and Michael White. So otherwise you can also email the coordinating council. I believe everyone should have access to that email, and they can get you plugged into who you need to get to get involved. Yes. And is that currently on the website? Okay, so okay, so Tom said he's not sure if it already exists, but if it doesn't, it could be made to exist where every from the website, every committee would have a link where you could email that committee directly to to reach out to them, including the coordinating council. So ideally people could just go to the website and send and get a response for getting plugged in. All right. Anybody online have anything else? Anybody in the room? Yes, I was just going to get to that. So Rita will lead us in our pledge, and then that will be the end of it, right? Pretty much. Well, the people online aren't going to help us clean up. If any of you online want to drive to the Martin Luther King Center real fast, you can help us mop the floors. But Rita will lead us in our pledge, and then we will. Oh, somebody is a prize winner. All right, this is for people in the room. We're announcing the number 10. Tom has number. Tom Rodman is the winner of the in-house door prize. So he gets a sunflower mug, a sunflower coffee mug. Yay, he's getting applause. So thank you, Tom, for all you do. Yeah, all right. So those of you online, you're gonna have to mentally like lock arms with us. It's gonna be a visualization exercise. I will relay. I'll stay up here and relay the verbiage. So I'm touching you in spirit. We believe in alternative independent politics and active responsible government. We believe all citizens and communities have the power to create the world we want. Offer hope and a call to action. Green and growing. Green and growing. Green and growing. All right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking it out on a nearly 5-hour-long Zoom call. You are the true heroes of democracy. All right. I think all of you are on Zoom can log off because we are just going to start the cleanup process. So thank you so much.